यार मैं काम करना ਹੁਣ ਦਿਸ਼ਾ ਪਤਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਤਮਾ ਹੁਣ ਦਿਸ਼ਾ ਫ੍ਰੀ ਆ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨਾ
Very good morning, madam. Very good evening, everybody. I would like to say that we are going to start our program very soon. Till then, we are requesting you to be online with us. We are starting our program very soon. Thank you. Please be with us. Good morning, everyone. Today we are here for the starting of our program FDP on research methodology from IQAC and the JS course. We are starting our program very soon, and our first day speaker and first day guest also arrived, and we are going to start our program very soon. So please be with us and be online. Thank you. our assistant register and our honorable dignitaries and our colleagues. Today we welcome all for our first day of our AP of national workshop on research methodology from 4 to 8 July 2022. On this note, I would like to introduce our honorable principal, Professor Kolkata, assistant register, Mr. Pseudo Code, our honorable guest, Dr. Niranjan Prasad, and our honorable guest, Dr. Punctuation, to come on stage and to learn the live. First, for inaugural and beginning of the program. Now, thank you, sir. Now I would like to introduce our honorable principal madam to felicitate Dr. Niranjan by introducing our people and tools.
Sir.
Hello. Good morning. Today we have gathered here for the workshop on research methodology. It's my great pleasure and a tremendous achievement to welcome all the dignitaries and the participants in this virtual and virtual platform. This is the inaugural function of 5 days workshop on research methodology. Now, what is research methodology? Actually, finding of research that should be genuine, should be logical, and the process and the information that should be gathered from genuine methodology process. And research methodology is that techniques which and select the process and also analyze the information of research finding. Actually, research methodology helps the reader to evaluate the quality of the paper, of the work. There are different types of research methodology, quantitative, qualitative, whatever. I am not the right person to say about the topic. And we have eminent speakers from across India. We have our people speaker, Dr. Niranjan Dey, and distinguished speaker, Dr. Gautam Bhattacharya from Giants University. I welcome them heartily in this offline event platform. And also I will heartily welcome all the eminent speakers in our virtual platform. Similarly, I heartily welcome all the participants all over the India. I hope that the result of the FDP that will enrich them about the topic. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to formally announce the inauguration of the practice program on research methodology. Hope that we will have a great time with Citation. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing the precious time with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam, for inviting me. Now I would like to request, I would like to introduce our other speaker, Dr. Niranjan Dey sir. He is the director of the Department of Affairs and Outreach and an associate professor in the Department of Computer Science Engineering of University of Kolkata. He is a visiting fellow of the University of Delhi, UK. He also holds the position of adjunct professor at Punctuation and University Coaching City, Vietnam. He is the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Appellate Properties and Intelligence, IQAC Global USA. He is an associate editor of the IET Image Processing and Editorial Board of Complex and Intelligent Systems, Criminal Nature, Applied Computing, etc. He is having 110 books and over 300 publications in the area of medical imaging, machine learning, computer-aided diagnosis, data mining, etc. He is the Indian ambassador of the International Federation for Information Processing, young ICT group, and senior leader of IQAC. So I would like to welcome our friend Dr. Niranjan sir. Please become one of the process. I would like to welcome মানে ল্যাপটপ বা ডেস্কটপ এখানে নেই। Hello, am I audible? এটা তো rejected. কোথায় রাখবো এখানে? হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এক্স্যাক্টলি, মানে একটা জায়গায় দাঁড়িয়ে কখনো বলিনি আজ পর্যন্ত, অ্যাটলিস্ট রিসার্চ করছি কখনো তো। ইন্টারফারেন্স চালালে ইন্টারফারেন্স করে দিচ্ছি। শোনা যাচ্ছে।
হ্যালো। So audible? Can anyone please tell?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So today in next 1 hour or maybe 1 hour 15-20 minutes, so we will talk about what not to write and what to write in paper. So basically, I will try to focus that if you try to follow these things once you draft a paper, then might be the drafting will be much more easier for you. So once you write any technical paper, what are the things you should keep in mind? So let's talk a little bit about history. In 1665, in 6th March, the first paper comes out. So it's a history of 350 long years. And the very first paper is not typically a very computer science paper. Rather, it is a Royal Society. It comes from Royal Society. It's a paper on, I mean, you can say, in a social science paper. So the long history of 350 years people are publishing. Now, how many numbers of journals are there, or how many numbers of paper published per year? So the number is very crazy number. So approximately 2.5 million scientific paper published each year. And there are on an average 30,000 different peer-reviewed journals are there. And in Scopus database, if you go through, you will see there are also around 21,000 different journals are there. Now, amongst these, there are certain number of big publishers who are having over 200, sometimes it's more than 2,000 journals. So anyway, in this picture, actually, I was trying to show you that how the big market is. Means in publication, there are huge number of papers comes out every day, and there are lots of different journals who are actually published from different publishers. Now the thing is, once we try to draft a new paper, we should definitely keep in mind one thing, that there should be substantial material which is publishable. So there should be some novelty. The motivation should be very clear to all of us. And the thing is, once you draft a paper, the ultimate goal is you are actually trying to increase a number against these 2.5 million. So the important thing is the novelty part. That is a major part. So it's not might be a groundbreaking kind of thing, but there should be substantial novelty should be there in any technical paper. Okay, so what I will try to do, I will try to go through individual one by one, from starting from title, author list, keyword, and all these up to references, and I will try to tell what to write and not to write. So in any technical paper, the very first thing is the title. Now, unfortunately, the thing is even the title comes first, but we have to write or finalize the title at the very end. So initially you try to give a tentative title of any technical paper. Then after that, the introduction part basically tells you why you are writing a paper. The why question should be answered by the introduction section. So once you write any paper, the why question, if you ask why you are writing the paper, that should come out from the introduction section. The second section is the method section. So in method section, once you try to, address one particular problem, how you are addressing that should be defined by the method section. The result section will tell what is your finding. So what is given by the result section. And discussion and the conclusion section is, even if you get some good result, so what? So what means once you receive any kind of report or any kind of result, that finding or the observations, whatever you are actually encountering, the ultimate thing is you have to defend so what. And the last thing is the reference thing. So these are the few WH questions, or you can say why, how, what, and so what. These all different questions should be answered by a technical paper. So these different modules, starting from introduction, methods, results, and discussion section, always gives you these answers. So you should keep in mind why, how, what, and so what. These answers should be there in your technical paper. Now let's start from the very first thing, that is the title. The first thing is the title should be very informative. It should not be very flattened title. Flattened title means it's a kind of generic title. So if the title is very generic, so for any search engine, it will be very easy. There are almost similar kind of paper are already there. So it is, I mean, maybe it's a kind of desk rejection, chances of desk rejection. The second thing is the title should not be too much lengthy. It should be short. Maybe 12 to 20 word is a good number to go with the title. But sometimes for medical paper, the number actually cross maybe 25 or 30 words, but it should not be again too lengthy. Now, generally in technical paper, in title, we should not use any kind of abbreviation. Like say, for example, even if there is a very common terminology, like say, for example, say land, when, or man. So everybody knows the full form of all this, but even though we will not write the abbreviated form, we have to write the full form in the title. Some actually used to write a novel work. So this type of work you should not use a novel work, because your work is novel, that's why you are published. So if your work is not novel, so you are not supposed to publish. So you don't highlight this type of word that it's a novel work. Now you have to indicate some new terminology in your manuscript, so that the reader will understand that reading from the title that there is something which is interesting. So generic title or very flattened title is always non-recommended. Now another thing is, it's a very common mistake, the capitalization part. There are very few journals who actually insist you to write the whole title in caps lock, but most of the cases, what happened, the title you need to be written in the capitalized form, but except the conjunctions. So even if you are writing any conjunction, or maybe say in, for, by, using, such kind of word, it should be always written in small letter. Remaining all should be capitalized. And another thing is, the first part of the title is the title of the paper, and after colon is the subtitle. So subtitle means it's a kind of after colon. So if you are someone is writing a short form or abbreviated form, then after that colon, the subtitle. So keep in mind, the first part is the title part, and after the colon part, it's the subtitle of the paper. So if you look into these two examples, you will see the very first case, user, this using, U is capital. Even the U is capital, that means it's something, the U is actually looking at you or hitting you. Even though paper published, but the ultimate thing is this U, even though it's a kind of conjunction, it should be written in the caps lock, I mean short, always in the short form. It should not be in the capitalized form. And the second part, there is a problem of all small, again the capitalization problem. So this type of paper, maybe sometime it's checked by the publisher or the editing staff or the reviewer, they actually ask, but sometime, I mean, they simply skip this thing, but you should not skip in these things, because the capitalization part and this, I mean, the use of this word, something very crucial. Coming to the part of the author list. So the first author is we all know, I mean, the whole responsible person of the work, you can say. But apart from this, the remaining author, they are all the contributors. And the last author might be the project guide or the lead or the mentor, or maybe the senior person in the entire group. But the ORCID ID should be there, because it's a kind of, you can say, Aadhaar card number for the researcher. So any paper, you should always try to incorporate the ORCID ID. Now, there is an interesting paper published, in Physics Review Letter in 2015. There was around 5,000 authors. So the question comes that how many numbers of authors are good for a paper, technical paper? See, if it is IEEE paper, maybe 6. Any other technical paper, maybe 6 to 7 is a number, good number. But medical paper, 20, 30 authors are very common. Because suppose if somebody is providing you data from different countries, so if, say for example, you are collecting the data from 100 countries and 100 doctors are associated with that particular project, so it is very common that 100 authors will be there. So these things actually happened with this particular project. In Geneva, in this particular project, which comes in the physics review paper, this letter. In this letter, the interesting part is it's a 33 pages paper. And the 22 pages is the author list. So you can imagine if there are 2-3 pages at the references, then how many numbers the content are. So 33 pages and 22 pages author list. So it's a huge list of 500 authors who all are actually associated with this project. So even someone is contributing, truly contributing to your project, then definitely he needs to be there in the paper. So the number of author is, I mean, it's not always, there is hard and fast rule. Depending upon the situation, depending upon the project, you need to decide. Now coming to the abstract part. Generally abstract, you have to write within 150 to 250 numbers of words. So 250 is a good number. It should be written in single paragraph. There should not be any separate paragraph breaking or kind of thing. Another thing is there is no citation. No references need to be included into the abstract section. Now, once you write abstract, there are two typical types of abstract. One is called the descriptive abstract. One is called the informative abstract. Now, writing descriptive abstract a little bit challenging thing rather than informative abstract. Informative abstract means, suppose once you're writing a technical paper, you have result, you have finding. First two lines, you talk about the objective of the paper, object of the work. So first two lines, you should talk about the objective. Second two lines, you should talk about the methods and the material used. Suppose, say, for example, you are using a particular data set and you are using, say, for example, fuzzy logic. So you talk about little bit about what the methods and the materials you used. Then another two lines is the results. What is your finding, observations? And last two lines is the conclusion. Now, once you go through the tense will be something, the objective is the present tense, the method material you already used, the result you already achieved. So all these things will be in the past tense. And finally, the conclusion section will be again in the present tense. So present, past, present. This will be the flow. Now, if you merge all together in a single paragraph, this will give you a abstract, complete abstract. So there is no paragraph separation, no paragraph breaking. It's a complete one paragraph, but the first two liner objective, two liners should highlight the method materials. Next two line, it should highlight the results. And the last two line, it should tell you the conclusion. So it's a present, past, present. This will be the flow of the abstract. Not very difficult. But once you write descriptive abstract, say for example, a survey paper or a literature review paper, there is a prominent difference between survey paper and a review paper. Review paper means you are revisiting others' work. So you are simply saying, say, A et al. Proposes this, or say B et al. Proposes this. So you are actually narrating some others' work. But survey is not revisiting. It's a kind of storytelling. A survey of a boat. It's a story of a boat. So what you are saying, after say maybe 10 years down the line, once you have enough adequate experience, you can write a survey paper. So survey paper means it will give you a complete idea of a particular domain. But review is a kind of revisit paper. So writing as an abstract of a survey paper or review paper is a very challenging task because you don't have any result. You don't have any so what, that means a discussion or the conclusion section. You don't use any kind of method materials. So that time you have to write a table of content. Means just like book, you have to table of content. What will be the flow of the entire paper? That should be written in the abstract. So it's a kind of summary of the whole paper is to be cut short within 250 words, which is very difficult task because it's a kind of précis writing. So summarizing is a quite challenging task. So there are two ways of writing abstract. One is, as I said, descriptive. One is called the informative. So if you have a technical paper, you have enough result, go for writing the informative abstract. If you don't have, if you are going to write a survey paper or brief paper, or maybe a kind of, say, literature review paper, you should go for descriptive abstract, which I think is a quite, difficult rather than the informative abstract writing. And the descriptive abstract should be written in the present tense because you are actually narrating others' work, so it should be in the complete written in the present tense. Now in the abstract, as I said, it should be one paragraph. There is no paragraph breaking. There is no 1 or 2 or 3 paragraphs. Another thing is there should not be any citation. Now, number of keywords. In general, 6 to 7 keywords is a good number. The keywords are words which present in the abstract. If the word is not the abstract, is open access. So anyone can go through the app. So once you search with the key terminology or the keywords, the keyword should first hit to your title, otherwise in the abstract. But if the word is not there in the abstract or in the title, if it is not in the title, if it should hit in the abstract. If it is not in the abstract, it's not a keyword. So keyword is a keyword of the abstract, not of the overall paper. So these are the, say for example, you are using, say one word is called the manet. Now once you are using this manet, you should first time write the full form, then short form, and you can use this as a keyword. So once you search Control F, you search for the manet, the first manet will hit to your abstract. If it is not hit to the abstract, it's not a keyword. Now come to the introduction part. Introduction is generally a majority of the reader, actually once they read the introduction paper, after reading the introduction paper, they used to get sleepy. Means it's a too long introduction sometimes. So introduction is something where you should write first the background of the study. See, background is not the literature review. Literature review is something different rather than the background. Background will give you a brief idea of the overall domain. Now from that domain, you narrow down that what is the actual area where you try to work. Say for example, you are working in say wireless sensing. Now in the wireless sensing security issues you are talking about. So first talk about the wireless sensor, then talk about the security issues, then talk about which particular area you are trying to hit. So it's a kind of funnel structure. Generally you have to narrow down the whole focus of the paper. So it's a gradual move towards the downwards, top to bottom approach. Initially, you have three things you have to clearly mention. One is the motivation. What motivated you to carry out this research? Second thing is the novelty. Even there is a very slight novelty, how much novel your work is. And the third thing is the contribution. So contribution need to be clearly mentioned. What are the different contributions? So these three things should be clearly mentioned in the introduction. So first is the background study, and after that, what motivated you, and after that, the novelty part and the contribution. These all should be written clearly in the introduction section. So another thing is that it's a kind of explicit research. So in this kind of research, the narrow down is very important. Ultimately, you have to pinpoint the research gap where you actually try to hit. And finally, you have to justify the title selection, and end of the introduction section, you have to write the section organization. Means in which section you are going to discuss what. Maybe in section 2, literature review, section 3, the methodology, etc. So these are the few things you have to keep in mind once you write the introduction. So initially you have to write the background study. It's not more than 10 to 20%. You have to write the motivation, you have to write the contribution, you have to write the novelty part, and you have to highlight the research gap. And once you narrow down, then you write the section organization. Finally, you are done with this. But again, it's a risky area because majority of the reader, they once start reading the paper, after reading the introduction section, they not move to the next section. So it should not be too lengthy. So motivation is the first thing, narrow down is the second thing. And another thing is people used to write, we develop these things, we propose this method. In general, a paper full of we not recommended by many of the reviewers. So it is always good to go with passive. So don't write, we proposes this method, rather a method has been proposed. That is the one good way to write. Now, once you write these things, sometimes the next question comes, shall I include the literature review section with the introduction section? Or will I make a separate section for literature review? See, if you have adequate space, page number, there is no page crunch, don't write, merge the literature review section with the introduction section, make a separate section. Basically, for the journal paper, there should be a clear, prominent, separate section for related work or the state of art. But if you have crunch of paper, suppose you are writing an IEEE, say, explore paper, maybe 6 pages, or there is a limitation of 7 to 8 pages for Springer conferences. So that time might be you can patch 3-4 literature review with the introduction section. Otherwise, in journal, generally you always try to make a separate section for literature review. Now, as I said, in introduction section, don't split it into too many paragraphs. Maybe 2 to 3 paragraphs is good. One paragraph you talk about the background, one paragraph you talk about the novelty, contribution, and the motivation part, and the research gap you try to highlight, and the last paragraph may be the section organization. Because once you write separate paragraph, that means your eye actually moving from one para to other para, so it's continuously losing energy. So that means the readers, the retention of the reader will be very difficult. So don't split it into too many paragraphs. try to freeze it within maximum three paragraphs. Now, coming to the literature review section, the first thing is it should be in chronological order. It should not be like 1999, then 2020, then again 2001, then 2013. So it should be chronologically ordered so that you can highlight that how the research actually carried out in last 1 decade, maybe. So the chronological order is very important. What is the flow? So initially, once you talk about say 66, 7, 8, 10, maybe 20, so try to highlight last 5 years mostly, but 1 decade is a good number for any technical paper. Now, initially, what you have to do, you have to create an Excel spreadsheet. In the spreadsheet, you say for example, read 10 papers in that particular domain. Now, what he actually wants to refer or recommend. The first thing is you have to write the serial number. Second thing is you write the et al. That is the et al means alibi. Et al is ETAL dot. It's not ET dot AL dot. ETAL dot. Only one press they recommend ETAL, no dot, but remaining all presses ETAL dot. So it's an alibi. Even if one author is fine, 2 author and if, apart from that, if there are 3 authors, you should go for et al. Now, every paper, there is one thing which is clearly written in the introduction section, which is called the motivation, as I said. What motivated you to carry out that research? And another thing is the limitation. That should be written in the conclusion section. Now, every good paper have motivation, have limitation. Motivation in the introduction section and the limitation in the conclusion section. So that is basically called the making and the breaking of the paper. So it's a kind of every paper, there is a making, which is called the motivation, which is there in the introduction, and breaking in the conclusion section, which is called the limitation of the paper. So this making and breaking of every paper, that needs to be there in every good journal paper. Now, if you sum up with 20 papers, maybe 30 papers, if you dot down year-wise, now if you sum up all the motivations and all the limitations, what you will get? You will get the motivations of last 12 years, 1 decade, and last 12 years limitation. So it's a kind of summing up all the motivations, summing up all the limitations. Now, basically, once you get 12 years motivation and 12 years limitation, now you subtract, that basically gives you the research gap. That is the 1 PhD. Means that will tell you that people tried in this way in last 1 decade, but there are different shortcomings, drawbacks. These are the limitations. So finally, the overall limitation is this. And if you try to map with the motivation, you have to come up with this, filling this gap. So that is the research gap. So in related work section, keep in mind one thing. We should not only talk about the previous work. We also talk about the research gap. That gap needs to be highlighted. Means you have to talk about that there is a possibility to work in this particular area. So the research gap needs to be highlighted at the end of the literature review section. There is an interesting tool which is called the VOS viewer, which is made by some few fellows from Granada University in Spain. They designed this particular software just to assess the co-occurrence. So if you simply, by writing a keyword in the Scopus, if you download all the paper published related to that keyword, then after this particular software, you can visualize the co-occurrence network. That network will tell you with a particular terminology, what are the different area paper published. Say for example, like say there is a word keyword you search which say organization. Now that organization might be, there is a key term, organizational behavior, organization IoT, maybe organization with employee, organization with retention, organization with say salary. So how many different possible ways the word is actually connected and what are the different avenues people work, that complete graph will be there in your, in front of you. That actually makes you interested that, okay, I understand there is one particular paper published, only one paper in last 1 decade, where people try to combine the organization with say, for example, say cost estimation. Maybe 100 paper published with organization and salary. So something like this. So the complete picture will be very clear to all of you. So this is a free software, VOS software. There are lots of things can be done. Who actually fund the project, who can be the collaborator, who are actually publishing major paper in this area, what are the different avenues you can work. So all these things you can explore by particular software, which is called the viewers viewer. Now, as I already said, there is a prominent difference between background and literature review. The main thing is the first part of the introduction section is a background section, but literature review is a separate section. It's a kind of critical analysis of others' work. But background study is the contextual study, which actually highlights the significance of this particular domain. It's not actually knowledge driven. You are not trying to extract what other people did. So this way, I mean, it should be very short way you have to talk about the entire domain. That's for the background study. But literature review can be lengthy. It needs to be well defined. What are the people worked and what are the different domains they worked. Okay, now coming to the method materials parts. Another part is the methodology. The first thing is this section is a very short section, 5% maybe of the code entire text. The data set should be clearly mentioned. You have to clearly state from where you actually gathered the data. Because if somebody wants to replicate your experiment, he should very clearly should have understanding that from where you gathered the data. The another thing is very few references you can use from where actually which particular software you are using, etc. So this is very important thing for methodology section. In methodology section, first you define or talk about what are the different methods you are going to use in your proposed method section. Say for example, say I am using RAP set in my proposed method. So a little bit talk about RAP set, give a little bit background, write 2-3 literature, give some equations or the notations, which is not actually yours notation, mathematical formulation. You have taken from Professor Jade, and you have written, or maybe in fuzzy logic you are writing, say for example, you are taking from Jade, or if a RAP set, maybe Pauker, you are taking the say, references or the equations, you put over there. So this is the area where actually before writing the proposed method, what are the different methods you are going to use in your proposed method, that you need to be summarized here. So you will talk about a little bit so that if the person doesn't have any idea about RAP set or the fuzzy logic or any kind of such kind of method, he can get a brief idea what the fuzzy logic actually is and what are the different work has been carried out in this area in recent past. So methodology is that for that purpose. Many reviewers actually like mathematical notation. So this is a very interesting area where you can put more mathematics because it's not your mathematics, rather someone else's mathematics. Here, one interesting thing you have to note that you should, once you copy the mathematical formulation, you have to change the notations. Otherwise, the similarity issue will be there. So don't make power P equal to V because V is something else. So something you have to come up with notations which is not actually very much related with that one. Anyway, now coming to the proposed method section. Now after methodology, proposed method section is your own section. Now sometimes people ask that we will write some algorithm, or we will write some block diagram, or we will write in say word form, we will write simply in textual form. Say you don't know who the reviewer is. So you have to write all these three. You have to come up with an OPD, object process diagram. You can use software like MS Visio or maybe Smart Draw to draw the diagram. And once you have the diagram, that is called the object process diagram, you talk about the pseudo code. Maybe there is a book of Lipsus of data structure, which is a good way of writing the pseudo code. So you can write the pseudo code, but don't write step 1, step 2, step 3 in this way. Like step 1, the mango is taken. Step 2, the mango is squeezed. Not in that way. So you have to come up with pseudo code or maybe in algorithmic form or the say any other way you have to state the steps, or there is another way is the OPD. So finally, it experiments design something looks like the one which is shown in the left side, and the right one actually the messy, the scenario, how the actual research looks like. And the last thing is whatever you have written in the pseudo code or maybe in the graphical format, you have to write in Word also, in textual also, because you don't know, the reviewer might actually are interested to read the proposed method, or the reviewer is more technical guy who actually loves to code, or the reviewer might be fond of good images. So all these three things should be there. Now result discussion section. In result discussion section, first thing is you have to write the configuration. the machine configuration or the setup configuration needs to be there. Which environment you are using means you have to clearly write which particular setup of the machine configuration or the software version you are using. Say for example, if you're using MATLAB, in a MATLAB, which particular version you are using? Because different MATLAB version, they have different add-ons. So somebody is using the same program but not getting that result. Why he's not getting the same result? Maybe because of the version, or maybe someone is carried out the research in the laptop, maybe in desktop. So speed is an issue. So accuracy might be different. So all these things should be clearly stated in the very first, which is called the experimental environment. So experimental environment is a very kind of thing which you have to mention. Otherwise, once somebody wants to replicate that, he will definitely come up with some blockage. The another thing is, once you come up with some result, the result need to be benchmarked. Because you have to tell you are good or you are bad. Or if you are good, how good you are or how bad you are. You might say, I am doing in area where nobody actually worked. There is no as such result. So how can I benchmark? So if you have an algorithm A, you try to change it algorithm B. You try to slightly change it algorithm C. Now you compare algorithm A with B and C. Now might be you can say my algorithm C is outperforming A and B. So this is called the self-benchmarking. So it is very common that sometimes we don't have benchmark data. We don't have benchmark result. So if you don't have benchmark result, one is self-benchmarking. So you simply change the parameters, the factors, slightly change it, come up with a new algorithm, algorithm 2, algorithm 3, then you compare, and after that you comparison, you talk about that better than these two. So in this way, benchmarking, it is always, you can't actually compare how good your result is. Because in the abstract section, in the last part, in the conclusion of the abstract section, you have to write how good your result is. Is it robust? Is it, say, very rational decision, etc., etc. Now, here interesting part is in result section, whatever the result you have actually achieved, the figures, the tables, etc., all should be there. But apart from these, the statistical analysis should be there. You can say it's not actually related with statistics, but even if there is a data, so there should be some variance, some mean. So you have to report some statistical analysis for that particular result, just to benchmark that result, how good your result is. Now, actually, result section is a core or the heart of the paper. Generally, some people actually start drafting paper from the result section, and many from the literature review. But majority of the cases, as I see, I have gone through that, they have started their writing the result section. Once you have the result section, you start writing the experimental result. Before that, you write the experimental setup, you write the benchmark, you have the statistical analysis, you are done with this. Now, once you have the result, do not include all experimental detail until, it sometimes makes the life complicated also. So always try to be rational with your result. So whenever you will get some result, don't jump. If the result is too good, you try to find out why this is too good result. Maybe you are getting an accuracy 99.9%. So are you getting correct result? So should I trust your result? Because sometimes the result too much high, your accurate result is also backfire. Because the reviewer might come with some interesting point that whatever you are actually telling that 100% accurate is not true. Maybe it's a kind of, say, overestimation. Maybe you are outperforming the cases. So you are simply skipping some certain scenario. So always, if you have the result is too bad, you have to justify why bad. If your result is too good, you have to justify why it is too good. So that balancing is very important. So even the result is very bad. Somebody is, say, for example, is saying that the moon is square. No harm in it. But the thing is, you have to tell that I was looking through a square hole. That's why the moon looks apparently me as a square in shape. So you have to justify your result. Whatever the result you will achieve, don't jump first. You have to think about it, that whatever the result I'm getting, is it a trustable result? If it is a trustable result, how much trustable? What is the rendezvous point from where it is, the breakthrough point, from where the algorithm will not work? What are the different factors are there? If the factors I change, how the result behave. So this type of analysis is basically the discussion section. Discussion section actually tells you that what are the different flaws of your obtained result. So those discussions should be there. Even sometime maybe it's a kind of failure cases. So you highlight that this is one case where I failed. We actually failed. We failed to obtain result. Our result was so bad because of this case. And even sometime maybe your result is outperforming. You talk about that. We have overlooked this kind of situation or the scenario. That's why result is too good. So these things should be there in the discussion section. Okay. Now coming to, can you please mute? Yeah, please. Okay. Now coming to this result and the figure section. There is a very common mistake that sometimes we used to forget to write the result or the table or the figure captions. And there, even if you write the captions, we forgot to write in the in-text form. In-text means in the table, it should be always clearly written which figure and what table is telling what. It's like something like in a table or in a figure, you have to in text mention that what is table number 1, what is table number 2. If it is not clearly written, it's called a floating table or the figure. So all table and all figure need to be properly anchored, which is called the in text anchoring. Now, there are few cases where people used to go for multiple citation. Say for example, say reference number 1 called for 3 times or 4 times throughout the paper. See, after multiple citation, we are in the reference section cite only 1 time, and the authors get cited for the 1 time only. So don't go for multiple citation. In a paper needs to be cited 1 time. Now you can say that I have written say 15 times fuzzy logic in my paper. So where I will cite? Am I need to cite in the 15th place, or will I cite in 1 place? You should cite in 1 place. Whatever you think is the proper place, you cite. But no need to go for multiple citation. Even if you go for multiple citation, the reference number getting that readability decreases, because the reference number sometimes start with 30, 40, then 2, then 1. It should not be like that. It should be always 1, 2, 3, 4, chronological order also. So even if you use multiple citations, it's something 13, 12, 13 again, 15 in this way. Okay, now there are few things, the tense you need to keep in mind. It is always good to write, it is reported, they found, they have found, etc. But not straight away, you don't write, I developed this or I found this, etc. Now the another thing is called the linking. Now the best way is, once you write a technical paper, you should write a line. After writing the line, you think about the next line. And once you draft the next line, you think about the previous line and the next line. Because linking is very important. That is called the hammering. Hammering means once you write a line, particular line, you should think what was the earlier line and what will be the next line. Because if you can't link the line, the reviewer also come up with some statement that there is some missing link. So hammering is very important for any technical paper. As I said, another thing is justification. So whatever you will write in technical paper, in the result section, you can write anything or you can write many things. But the interesting thing is you have to justify. If you don't have justification, don't write a single line. Because otherwise you will say linking and justification actually always backfire. The reviewer comes with lots of questions which justify. Can you justify this line? You can write that this is, I have written this, I got this one. This is fine. But can you justify this? If you are able to justify, if you have adequate justification, go for it. If you don't have justification, don't write it. Now last one is the conclusion section. In conclusion section, it's again 5 to 10%, but it's not a repetition of the abstract conclusion. Abstract conclusion is the conclusion of the abstract, but this conclusion is the conclusion of the entire paper. One thing needs to be clearly written in conclusion section, which is called the breaking of the paper. What is the leakage of the paper? You can say that I don't have any kind of limitations in my work. You can't say. The reason is that means you are actually putting a dot. You are not going to publish any more paper. You should have limitation in your work. You have to find some limitation of your work. And that limitation need to be highlighted. because that limitation is your future scope. So limitation needs to be highlighted in conclusion section, and that from that onwards you talk about the future scope. So there are many people actually write that we don't have any limitation in our work. We obtained accuracy is 100%. So how can I have limitation? It's 100%. But even if it's 100%, you have to talk about this. If I take this scenario, the result might not work. I have taken the COVID data from India. It is working fine. But if the food culture changes, if I take from the African data set, might be it is not working. So it's all depends upon the demographics. It all depends upon the ethnicity. So it's all depends upon which particular region you are collecting the data. So it's all data biased. I have tested on 500 data. Maybe I have not taken the North Indian data. I have taken the South Indian people's data. So in maybe not East people, not the West people. So demographics, the data model, I mean, it's a kind of modularity or the modality, all these things are different. So result can be different. So you have to highlight all these things. What are the different limitations or the challenges are there in your experiment? And that can be the future scope of your work. So ultimately, conclusion again is a single paragraph, and like abstract, there is no references. Now, the last one is a reference section. So if you are doing in LaTeX, you are happy. But if you are not doing in LaTeX, you are doing in Word document, you have to face different challenges for references. So in the acknowledgement is a kind of section which is a kind of, you can say, non-mandate section or optional section, no citation. Those who actually helped you in the work, maybe by collecting data or drafting the data, any student or anyone, you write their name. But if nobody actually gives you any kind of support, don't write anyone's name. Never ever write your co-author's name in the acknowledgement section. That is very important. So don't write my mentor helped me a lot, or by giving the laboratory and he's a author or the co-author of the paper. This is a very common mistake. Now it should be in the present tense, but if you don't have, I mean, if you don't provide you money, don't provide you platform, don't give you data, don't support, no need to give acknowledgement. In the reference section, always try to not to give URL, because once you write URL, after 10 years, the URL will not work, page cannot display. So it's better not to give any URL. So don't write any kind of URL if it is not in a data source. If it is a data source, write last access date, when you last access or last check, so that the reader can understand the last 5 years back, he have tried this and it worked, but now it is not working. Even it is a GitHub or maybe some other sources, you write the last access date. But it's always non-recommended, because instead of giving all those URL, if you write google.com, it will cover all. So you can write google.com, it will cover all. So it's not always good to give the web references. Now coming to the journal sources, always try to avoid those IJKT, IJPT, IJMT journals. Always try to give good publishers, proper journal. I'm not saying impact journal, rather better to say good journal. The good is a sloppy word, but it's a good word. Now for conference paper, 15 to 20 references is good to go. For journal paper, 30 to 50 is a good number. For a survey paper, 100 plus is a good number. And for thesis, maybe around 200 to 300, or maybe sometime 500 is a good number. So there is no hard and fast rule, but conference, as there is a page crunch, so always try to restrict within 20 references. For journal, below 30 references is not acceptable. 30 to 50 is a good number. For your survey paper, minimum 100 is a good number. For thesis, maybe 300 is a good number. Now, always try to, give accurate citations of the references. The journal volume number missing, issue number missing, this doesn't make any sense. There is one way in Google Scholar you can write the paper title. There are different options for different format. You can click on the site and take the APA format or the Chicago format or whatever the format is, you put there. But lots of cases, it's an incomplete. You have to check the issue number, volume number, page number, etc. For the conference, where actually the conference located, which particular proceeding it comes out, which publisher, etc. So reference need to be complete. Otherwise, whom you are trying to cite, he will never acknowledge, never cite it properly. There is a reference manager which is called the Mendeley. It's a very nice one. We used to follow the Mendeley. Means All the papers you should try to keep in Mendeley repository. It's a free. So here it's a reference manager. There are lots of good materials or video tutorials are there in YouTube. You can go through. From there you can actually make all archive throughout your PhD journey, or maybe in later also. You can archive all the paper. I mean, you can give different make folders, and you can write all those, put all those things year wise or etc. Actually, it helps a lot once you draft the thesis. Now coming to some writing, other things I want to mention, like there is a maximum number for different journals, not always, but there is always a minimum number. Like if it is a letter, it should be 4 pages. If it is a conference paper, 6 pages, IEEE. For say Springer, 10 to 12 pages. So there is always a minimum page limit, maximum page limit also. So don't always check these things before putting the paper. And there is a common problem, a and a the. So it's a, don't always keep faith on Grammarly. Try to use the proper article. Don't write wouldn't, couldn't, shouldn't, all these short form, because you have enough time to write the full form. So don't write these abbreviations. The could, wouldn't, shouldn't, all. Cross submission is highly no, because there are very less reviewer who actually actively review. So once you submit in 2 journals, good journals, automatically it is very common that the same reviewer will receive the same paper from 2 different publishers, and that makes life difficult. So it is always non-recommended for cross submission. Avoid overlong sentences. I think you all watch this movie. So instrument that record, analyze, summarize, organize, blah blah blah. Instead of bolna kya chahte ho. So instead of saying, you can directly say a machine. So don't make the life complicated. Don't write 2 long sentences. Otherwise the reader will also get confused. So 2-liner sentence is good. Too many numbers of punctuation is always good, because punctuation means you have to take pause. You will understand the meaning. It's not better to go with long, over lengthy sentences. There is one thing which is called the copyright. So every picture, every images, even if you take from the world's largest blog called Wiki, but you have to redraw, redesign, reformat. If you not redesign, it is very easy for any editor to catch from which particular sources you have taken the image. So it's not that in plagiarism checker or any kind of similarity checker software, not able to catch the figure, so it is easy, we can copy the figure. No, there are different ways to catch from where you have taken the figure. So even if you cite properly for a figure, I always recommend you cite it, but definitely redraw, restructure, reformat the image. Once you're done, it is called the done right. Once you're not done, it is called the stealing or thief. Though we are all academicians, we don't like these words, the stealing and thief. We used to call similarity indexed. We never used to call plagiarized. Rather, we say similarity. So my paper is quite similar with someone else. That's why this new terminology comes. But the hidden truth is actually this is called the stealing, or this is called the thief. So there is different software like Authenticate or Turnitin or maybe Docolog or blah blah blah. But always try to check with a proper software. And you should know, if I check these through Authenticate, if it is 20%, in Turnitin, it will show me 15%. In Docolog, maybe 10%. So if you know that percentage difference, even if you check any software, you can add it, add that percentage, and you can say, if I check in Turnitin, it will be this much. If I check in Authenticate, this will be this much. The majority of the publisher, they have either Authenticate or Turnitin. It's a very common, it will show you how much percentage similar it is. Generally, there is no threshold like 20%, 30%, 40% or 10%. Though there are different agencies, those who are having this percentage definition, but it is your own choice. Like in my case, it should not be covered more than 10%, including the references. So if you exclude the references, maybe 7 to 8% is a good number. Always try to stick within 10%. Now in this 10%, the interesting part is, if that source are showing this 1, 2, 3, 4 Authenticate, It's showing from 10 different sources. You have taken 1%, 1% from 10 different sources. I am okay. But if you're taking the all 10% from one sources, that is something stealing. So the highest similarity should not cross more than 4%. So overall similarity, whatever it is, but the highest similarity should not cross 4%. And once it should not cross 4%, you will see automatically it will be in your control. But once it is above 4%, that means there is something problematic in that part. So always try to restrict your similarity index, the highest similarity less than 4%. Automatically it will be within 15%. Anyway, now coming to the right cases. There are publishers like, say, for example, this particular publisher, Springer Nature, there is an option called reprint permission. So if you click on that, you take the permission, within few seconds, you can take the permission to use or reuse that one. So always go for taking permission of content. Without permission, you don't use. There is another thing which is called a paraphrasing, which is another interesting thing. People used to do paraphrase. So once you paraphrase, it's very difficult for any software to identify the text is plagiarized or not. But remember one thing, there is anti-paraphraser also there. So you simply paraphrase, I will anti-paraphrase, and I will check the similarity. There are lots of different cases I can talk about this, but this is not the right platform to talk. Where we can discuss about this, how can you do paraphrasing? See, others literature review, we can't write, you have to take content. You can't write the whole thing in your own words. But the way of writing is different. The first thing is, suppose for example, chunking method. The method is something many international university students, you chunk it, you chunk it, a more formalized process, chunk it. Now you write, lot of students who are studying abroad, first chunk. Second chunk, say want, wish or hope. Third chunk, a more formalized process, maybe native or local students. So in this way, you chunk the whole sentence, you try to write in your own English, and once you write in this way, the things will be much more easier. So paraphrasing, by taking a paraphrase from anywhere, it's very, very challenging task because there are lots of anti-paraphraser. So don't go for blind paraphrasing, because once you go for paraphrasing, ultimately it will also caught by the similarity softwares. Now coming to the comma business, punctuations. Now see how one comma changed the life. Let's eat, comma, grandpa. Let's eat, grandpa. Now think about it. If you give this comma and if you not give this comma, think about the sentence change. Say for example, I love my parents, Rosalina and say Ronan. Now what the parents? How many person? 2%. One is Rosalina, one is the Roland. Now the thing is, if you drop that comma, if you give a comma after Rosalina, what will happen? I love my parents, Rosalina, comma, and Ronan. How many percent? 4. Your parents, comma, Rosalina, and the Ronan. So one comma before and changes the number of percent. So this is the punctuation, how it makes the life complicated. So don't unnecessarily give comma. In Grammarly, sometimes it is also a disaster. Like say for example, auto correction, how it works. My friend got promoted, I feel happy now. Auto correction, are you jealous? Now, sometimes it goes straight away to hell. It's not he will. So that's why once you go for Grammarly corrections, don't go blindly correction. You have to read what you are using. So punctuation is very important. 1 pause, 2 pause, 3 pause, colon, semicolon, comma, where we will give what, that needs to be very clear. This is called Oxford comma. Generic kind of things. Good works takes time. Don't write every day the editor-in-chief, what is the current status of my paper. And don't write next month, I am going to submit my PhD. Can you please tell me the review report? Can you please send me? Review is a voluntary task. No one is going to do it, with taking money. So that's why you have to patient. If you don't have patience, don't put a paper. And don't write anyone, can I get the outcome very fast? No, there is no way. So any good journal generally used to take 3 to 6 months for the first review. And you have to give that time. Otherwise, there is a simple line will come from their end. Your work, we don't evaluate the quality of the work or the merit of the work. Unfortunately, the work is not within the scope of our journal. And this is very common term which you all used to do. In the morning, once somebody write continuously 3 days or 4 days, out of scope, simple way. You don't need to justify anyone. Okay. So that's why don't rush after putting a paper. You have to give time. Always think from reader's point of view. Reader's point of view means if you are reading the paper as a reader, are you going to read that paper? So that retention you have to understand by yourself. Then comes the cover letter. So I'm completing within 5 minutes. Cover letter, you have to define some certain things. One is the conflict of interest statement. You don't have a conflict with anyone. What author, which contributed, how much contributed, that needs to be there. It's a kind of CBT, which is called the author's contribution. Novelty and the contribution should be written in the cover letter. And you have to clearly mention, I don't have any escapist route by cross submission. So once the reviewer will come, every review comments you need to address. And another thing, if you not address any single review, another 6 months, the reviewer will again come back. He have all revised the paper, responded all the queries except one. And it will repeat for another 6 months. So even the work is not very related to your paper, you have to humbly, you have to tell that this is a very interesting suggestion. We will surely incorporate in our next work. But for this current study, we think this is not, might be very much related to our work. So somehow you have to manage. But you can't say this is out of the scope. What you are saying, man, we can't incorporate. So one thing is, you have to be humble. And you have to tell all is well. Because once 50 comments will come, you don't write the paper is poorly written and scientifically unsound. I don't recommend this for publication. So you don't say you are someone, blah, 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 and I know you are no one, etc., etc. So you have to tell, thanks for your comments, and you have to tell, might be I have failed to highlight the main novelty part of our work, and this. So it should not be like, you have to be always cool and calm. Then you have to reply. Then life will be easy. So maybe the manuscript will something start with this small nano, and after all these reviewers incorporation, it will be a vano. But you can read this one. So can you explain part A bit further without going into detail? So something like contradictory comments also. There are some journal selector like Elsevier, Springer, they all have journal selector. You simply write the journal selector, it will show, and if you put the abstract and the title, it will show you recommended journals. But it is not always good because it's based on the NLP. Anyway, so once you submit, you can check the acceptance ratio, the publication time.
Meeting is being recorded.
So after that, so if you have any further query, you can write mail also. Otherwise, please. Yeah.
For my own work, that's not a problem for that. But when you are writing any review, if anybody asks me regarding graphical abstract like that, to encapsulate the total thing, that's a very
difficult thing. So one is you can do one thing. You can make a 3x3 box or 2x3 box, 2 box, and within that boxes like figure A, figure B, A, B, C, D. In this way, you can merge 4. Means From different sections, you take one image, and as a whole, you create a single image. That is, and you can, another thing you can do is you can make a pipeline also. So figure 1, pipeline 2, 3, 4, in this way. But graphical abstract is not always mandatory for all journals. Very majorly Elsevier journals they ask for. Yeah.
Another thing you mentioned over here that whenever we are writing a paper for the loopholes or the points which actually have in the paper. Can I mention in result section also?
Loophole means loophole of the result. No, flaws in the discussion section. Means if you are writing results and discussion, you are fine with write with this. But if you make a separate discussion section, talk about the flaws. But you should talk about the flaws. It's, if your result is bad, you talk about that. Why bad? And anything else? Any question from online? You can write also. I can take one example.
If anybody has any question from online section, please, you can post in the chat box or can ask directly, please. Any audience from any audience? Anybody has any question?
One minute, please. Okay, so thank you all. I think don't have any question.
Okay, sir has completed his session, Niranjan sir, and he has given his mail ID also in the chat box. So anybody has any query, you can contact by mail for further queries. Thank you, sir. So we will continue our next session. And for that, I will request our Pritha madam to continue the session for our. Okay. Okay. For that, we are taking break for 5 minutes. Then we will start our next session for Dr. Atanu Bhattacharya, sir. Please. But be with us, please. Okay, Gopal sir, I will request to share the screen and present the digital memento.
Hello. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for this invitation. Today, actually, I choose the topic, the interdisciplinary research, the advantage and the limitation. So, basically, I am from the completely interdisciplinary background. So I thought that this could be a interesting topic for this particular session, because already Nilanjan told all about the paper writing, which is another interesting topic. So I thought that this could be the good idea to share with you my views regarding the interdisciplinary research. So I am basically a remote sensor. So I will show you some of my work or others' work related to the image analysis and the remote sensing, which is completely interdisciplinary. So let's start with basic. So nowadays, actually, the science becoming more complex and it's a challenging also. So now the core research is somehow we are not much interested about the core research. I am not talking about that the core research is not useful, but nowadays the different discipline is basically working towards a particular problem. So all these things actually why we have to shift our idea to the interdisciplinary research. There are a lot of discussion was happened in early 2000 or maybe slightly later. And then we have come into a conclusion that nowadays we have to go for the interdisciplinary research. So before going to the interdisciplinary research, you can find lot of journals are now basically from the interdisciplinary field. So we can submit lot of papers in the interdisciplinary field. But whether really we are doing interdisciplinary research or not, this is a main question nowadays. So basically research you can divide into some part. One is the interdisciplinary, which is working in a single discipline, which is we call it a core research. Cross-disciplinary is also there, viewing one discipline from the perspective of another. We are working in a particular discipline, but someone is also trying to work on this field. They are looking at my problem in a different perspective. So we call it a cross-disciplinary. Another one is the multidisciplinary. Problem from the different discipline, they are basically working together and they are seeing the problem in their particular views. They are not changing the problem. They are basically seeing the problem in their views. Like in our case, we are seeing as a perspective of the remote sensing. Say Nilanjan is also working. He is seeing the data in his own perspective. So this is basically the multidisciplinary work. And then come into picture the interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinary is similar to multidisciplinary, but the problem is that there are several departments is working, several discipline is working on this particular field. They are seeing the problem and they try to come up a new solution. But in case of multidisciplinary, they are not coming into the new solution, but the interdisciplinary, basically all the discipline working together and come out a new solution. Then we'll call it a interdisciplinary. And another one, the further one step ahead is basically the transdisciplinary, where they're creating a unity of intellectual framework, because lot of disciplinary work and they beyond the discipline they are thinking about this. There is a particular problem. All the discipline are working, but they are thinking a different perspective of this particular problem. So there is a huge confusion between the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. Whether we are working in the interdisciplinary, whether we are working in the transdisciplinary or the multidisciplinary, these three are very similar, but the actual outcome is completely different. So I'll try to show you a figure which probably you will get some idea about the different type of disciplinary what we are using. The first one, if you see the left hand side figure, is basically the interdisciplinary. We are working in a single discipline. We are working in a particular problem. And next is the cross-disciplinary. There are several disciplines working and they are thinking their problem in their perspective. We call it a cross-disciplinary. And the third one, you can see that all the discipline is working together. They are working together and they are looking for a particular problem and they are solving some part of, oh sorry, but it's already shared. এটা কানেকশন নিয়েছি Is it fine? Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please.
So this is a figure. You can from this figure you can distinguish between all this disciplinary. The first one is the left hand side. If you see, that is basically the interdisciplinary, which is we called it a core research, where a single discipline is basically working. And the second one is basically the cross disciplinary, but several disciplines work together on a particular problem in their own perspective. And the third one, you can see that all the disciplines work together. But in case of cross-disciplinary, actually all the disciplines work individually. But in interdisciplinary, but in multidisciplinary, actually all the disciplines work together, and they are working on a particular problem. And if you see in the fourth figure, where we are basically,
can you please make it as a presenter mode?
Hello.
Sorry for the disturbance. Can you please make it as a presenter mode, sir, please? Because
Okay, sir, you are doing. Pandian sir, you are doing. We are talking with the speaker. We are doing.
yeah, presenter mode kindly, sir. Please. Yeah, thank you very much. No, not like that. There is one option, right bottom.
No. Actually, if I do the full screen, then there is a problem of the presentation, that I cannot move the presentation.
Oh, okay, sir. No problem, sir. Kindly proceed, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So in interdisciplinary, actually all the disciplines work together. There is no such boundary, because most of the boundary has been faded, and they are looking to a particular problem, and they are coming to a new perspective of their work. And the last one is basically the transdisciplinary, where there is no such boundary. I mean, all the departments are work together. There is no such boundary. All the boundary has been collapsed, and they are working together to find out some new invention on some new perspective of their research. So this is basically the difference between the interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary. So similar diagram you can see the below. I have seen the mainly the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary work. So if I go to the slightly more into this figure, you can see that this is basically the multidisciplinary. You can see the green and the cyan both has a boundary. That means they are work individually in the multidisciplinary, but they are working on a particular problem. But if you see the next one, which is interdisciplinary, basically the boundary has been faded, because they are working together, but not exactly together. They are working in a particular problem, and then they are coming out a single solution. And if you see the last one, both the discipline has been merged. So there is no such discipline as there. They are working on a particular problem and try to find out a new solution from this particular problem. So these are the basic difference between the multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and the transdisciplinary work. So why we are basically thinking about this nowadays? The interdisciplinary is most of the cases we thought that we are working in an interdisciplinary work. So is it really interdisciplinary work, or we are working in somehow boundary between the multidisciplinary and the interdisciplinary work. Because till now in our country, we are basically working, most of the cases we are basically working in the boundary. We are not completely interdisciplinary, we are not completely multidisciplinary. We are basically in the boundary of the work. Some portion of the work we are doing as a multidisciplinary and some portion of the work we are doing as a interdisciplinary work. So how to use what is the basic definition of the interdisciplinary work? The National Academy of Science and Engineering and the Medicine provide the first definition of the interdisciplinary work. And this work is a mode of research by teams of individuals that integrates information, data, techniques, tool, perspective, concept, and a theory from two or more disciplines or bodies of specialized knowledge to advance fundamental understanding or to solve problems whose solutions are beyond the scope of a single discipline or area of research practice. So this is the classic definition of the interdisciplinary research, that all the field, they are working together, they try to understand the problem and they come out a solution which is beyond the scope of this all the discipline. So we call it an interdisciplinary work. And the research, teaching or problem solving that integrates several disciplines to create a unified outcome, then we can call it a interdisciplinary work. So in my case, I always believe that I am still not entirely sure that I understand the difference between the interdisciplinary and the transdisciplinary. So it's very critical to understand whether I am working in an interdisciplinary work or whether I am working in a transdisciplinary work. That is why I have drawn the center circle so that they almost overlap, but not entirely. If you see the previous diagram, that they are overlapped, but they are not entirely overlapped, because we are not coming out a completely new idea. We are basically working in a process. We are working in a process that both the boundary is faded, but both the boundary doesn't resolve till now. So I would imagine that when in full integration of discipline occurs, we again back to a single discipline. Maybe we can derive a new discipline after this transdisciplinary work. If it's completely merged, then we'll maybe get another discipline which may be possible only from the transdisciplinary work. So for myself, I think I work in the age between the multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. I feel that most of the people in India also working in the age of this multidisciplinary and the interdisciplinary work. So how we have to do, what are the steps? If I want to go for the interdisciplinary work, what are the steps I have to follow? So let's see that the real difference between the interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary lies on the diverse nature of the research question. Because whenever you go for the research, that Nilanjan already told, that if you try to do some research, you should have some question. Whatever may be the question, maybe the question can be divided into 2 parts, 3 parts, or 4 parts, but you should have a complete.
This meeting is being recorded.
But your problem should be identified. You should have a research question, and the perspective of the research question defines you whether you are working in an interdisciplinary or whether you are working in a transdisciplinary work. So in case of interdisciplinary, is focused on a single subject of investigation which can be understood using knowledge coming from different disciplines. You are working in a single, you are trying to investigate a single subject, and your knowledge is coming from the different discipline. So there is a single question for your research. But in case of transdisciplinary, is different, since it contemplates the possibility of a variety of research question, because you are coming into a new domain of research. So there might be some new question coming out from your transdisciplinary work. So this is basically the difference between the research question, what you are posed on this particular problem. So this is basically the main difference. So if I So the basic step, what you have to follow if you want to do some interdisciplinary work, the step one, a research topic or question addressing a complex problem that purposely cuts across discipline in defined or co-identified. That you have anyhow find out a question, and you have to find out what are the discipline basically associated with this particular problem. So this is the first step you have to do when you are trying to doing some interdisciplinary work. And the step two, concept and construct within the interdisciplinary research topic questions are identified. You can see the second figure. There are three concepts I have coming out from my question, that these are basic concepts. Now I have divided my research question into three parts, that the concept one, concept two, and the concept three. Now I have to identify who will address this particular concept. Now my third part of my research is to identify this three concept. So I have identified the three discipline who can answer this particular question. Maybe some computer science, some electrical, some mechanical. They can computer science can answer this part of the question. Maybe the mechanical can answer this part of the question, or maybe electrical can answer this part of question. So I have identified my third step. I have to identify the discipline which can answer this particular question. Now, after this, whenever I have found the discipline, then I have to find out which theory I have to use to solve this question. So every discipline has its own theory to attack this particular problem. So I have to now identify the theories which is available for this particular department. So every department should have their own theory to explain the problem. So I have to identify those theories, not only the discipline. I have to identify those theories also who can attack this particular question. So first I have to find out the question, then I have to find out the discipline, then I have to find out the theories who can answer this particular question. And the last step is that now we are key terminologies, which is basically within this theory and across discipline are clarified and defined as shaded language. That means key terminology I have to identify, then I have to go for my research. So this discipline, theory, terminology, these are basically the part of this particular all the discipline, and then we are trying to work together to concentrate on my research question. So this is basically the step you have to follow, then you will correct way to go for the interdisciplinary work. So I'll show you a simple example for this interdisciplinary research. Suppose it's a National Health Institute USA. They have given this example. The simple question is that doctoral student motherhood, mothering in academia. They have tried to find out, this is their question, research question, how the doctoral student, how the motherhood and mothering of this particular doctoral student affect the academia. So this is their question. And first step, they have identified or addressed this complex question. Second step, the concept and construct within the interdisciplinary research, that the topic. What are the topic of this particular problem? I have identified that this is the motherhood and the doctoral student. Motherhood means I have to go for the gender, because female, they are involved with this motherhood. So I have another question is that female, and another question is they are doing their research. That means adult education is adult learning is also another component for this particular research. So they have divided that, okay, these are the three main question of my research, that the motherhood, gender, and the adult learning. Now they have to find out who will answer this question. So according to this, they have identified the adult education. It can give some idea about this adult learning. Sociology is also there, and the gender studies. Gender studies can give the answer for this particular gender, and the sociology can give the motherhood or mothering. This term can be identified through the sociology. So we have defined these three discipline, they can work together to solve my problem. So adult education, gender studies, and sociology, these are basically the discipline who will work on this particular problem. Now, in every discipline has its own theory to attack this particular problem. So I have to identify those theories, and these theories may be different type of theories are there. I also don't know this theory, but sociology, they have some Goffman's theory, gender studies, they have some feminist theory. There are a lot of theories that there, and they have found that these are the theory can use to identify, to attack this particular problem. So we have identified the discipline, now we have identified the theory. Now all those things, when they are working together to find out the solution of my problem, then we can say that it's basically a interdisciplinary work. And the final step is that we are working this sociology, gender studies, and adult education, both are working on this particular problem to solve the example of this doctoral student motherhood in academia. They can answer those particular research question. So this is the basic procedure for the interdisciplinary research, but I am giving a simple example, not that you have to follow all those things. Your problem will be something different then, but the process is same, that you have to identify your discipline, you have to identify the main research question, main research terminology, and the theories of behind this, and then we have to sit together to answer this particular question. But now I'll show you a simple example. This is an example given by the NASA, that the monitoring the temporal pattern of the cholera transmission risk. This is that was their main research question. Now you can see here that the temporal pattern, how we'll get this temporal pattern. It's not possible to go to the field and take the data for all the regions. So I have to go for the satellite data. So remote sensing come into picture. This is one of my discipline. Next discipline, when we are talking about the cholera and microbiology, biological things is also very important part. Another one, the transmission risk, that means we have to go for the environmental point of view. So environmentalist, microbiologist, remote sensing, all those are working together to attack this particular question. And this is basically a classic example of the interdisciplinary work. So according to your problem, you have to find out the discipline. Because in this particular problem, I have to monitor the temporal change. Temporal change means it's a huge time. Maybe I have started my work in 2000, I have to check up to 2020. Who will get this data? Only possible is the remote sensing, because there are a lot of satellites are there. I can use this satellite data, I can find out something. So I have to take confidence of this remote sensor or satellite image analysis. Second, the cholera, I have to know the nature of this cholera. So all these things I can get the idea from the microbiologist or any kind of biologist. And then environmental risk. So I have to know the environmental transmission risk is nothing but the environmental risk. So I have to know the environment. So environmentalist can give some idea about this. So I have to work together. Environmentalist, microbiologist, and the remote sensor, they are both working together, and they come out a particular solution. And this solution, this is basically a project under conducted by the NASA. So this is the classic example of the interdisciplinary research. But the problem is that there is a huge problem in the interdisciplinary in our in world, basically, not in our country, but also in the world. That what challenges we have to face, lot of challenges. We are now also facing the challenges. The current system of academic achievement favors the individual investigator. Now you can see, it's a simple example. If you are a faculty member on a particular university, then whenever you write down your, say, any appraisal, you have a particular project and you have to write, okay, I have this project, the amount is something like this, I am the PI. And someone who is also working with you, he is co-PI, maybe 2%, 3% or 4%, they are also working with you, they are co-PI, but they are, as they are co-PI, they are not getting the similar weightage. But in interdisciplinary research, we know that we want everybody in every respect. But our academic system is something like this. Okay, you are PI, so you will get the 70% of the weightage, and you are co-PI, you will get the 30% of the weightage. It is possible in the core research, but it's not possible in the interdisciplinary research. So people are not interested to be a interdisciplinary research or to be a co-PI for this interdisciplinary research, because they will not get same weightage as the co-PI is getting. So this is the main problem in our country, that interdisciplinary research still are not getting much momentum because most of the people are not interested. Second, most institution house scientists is discrete department. So our university system is something like this, that someone is working in a physics department, they don't know what is going on the remote sensing department. I don't know what is going on the remote or in the physics department or chemistry department. So this individual work cannot sustain. This is the basic problem. And if you go for the interdisciplinary research, you have to work together. You have to work collaborative work. Otherwise, it's not possible. If you see some of the paper, we are working. I'll show you my team, and this team is basically a completely interdisciplinary research. They are doing completely interdisciplinary research. Why? I'll show you some of my example. And the third point is that interdisciplinary science required interdisciplinary peer review. This is also not available in our country. So we need to know the interdisciplinary peer review. Project management and oversight is currently performed by discrete investigators. And the last one, the interdisciplinary research team take time. This is the main problem. You cannot get your result that you have started working, and after 1 year you will try to publish your work and all those things, because interdisciplinary work always takes some time. So it's need time to establish this interdisciplinary research. But sometimes we don't have this patience. So we want the result, but interdisciplinary research cannot give the result within say few months or a 1 year. You will not get the result. So you have to develop this. Then you can definitely generate quality research. So these are the main problem, main challenges actually in the interdisciplinary research. We are facing this problem. So how to facilitate this interdisciplinary research? Interdisciplinary research by definition requires the researcher to learn the other disciplines, vocabulary, methodology, and techniques. So it's need time. So if I try to learn something in computer science, then I have to work hard to know this. If the computer science people is working in the image processing, they have to know. So it needs some time. Number two is that it requires effort and investment of time, which is similar. Number three is that the researcher involved must trust each other. This is another problem in our country, that we thought that I am the best, but I am not the best. So this is the problem. We don't have that much. What should I say? Much respect to other researchers. This is the main problem. You have to respect other researchers. That they are working in a biological field, they are definitely working hard. I am also working. So why not we are working together? So this is another problem. We don't have this much of respect with each other. If we have this respect, definitely interdisciplinary work will grow. There must be a reward system in place which will acknowledge the overhead in time and effort that interdisciplinary research takes. So if we are working in an interdisciplinary, it needs some time to get some result, but that time definitely the researcher or maybe the faculty member, they must be rewarded. It's not that there is no input, there is no output, so they are not rewarded. So people are really hesitate to go for the interdisciplinary research. So this is basically the part of the interdisciplinary research. So I will show some of the team member who is working with me, and I'll show some of the result also. It's completely interdisciplinary. So this is basically my team is the Mount Cryo. We have a particular group, Mount Cryo group, which is basically in the University of St Andrews, Scotland. And if you see the person left hand side, they are basically the leader of this group, which is Tobias Bolt, and he is basically a geographer. Okay. Then myself, basically a mechanical engineer. I did my B from Jadavpur University in mechanical engineering, but I am working in the glacier because I am looking for the glacier dynamics, which is very much related to the flow dynamics, fluid dynamics in mechanical. I have this knowledge, so I think that I can use this knowledge in this particular field. And the third one, he is basically a historian. Okay. Fourth one is completely physicist. Fifth one is the environmentalist. Sixth one, geographer. Seventh one, this lady is also, they are basically a modeler. They basically from the computer background. And the sixth one is another environmentalist. So we are working in a particular field, which is glacier and glacier climate interaction. Now, when we are talking about the climate, we have a lot of data. So who is from the computer background, she can handle this data. And if we are talking about the climate, then we need a climatologist. If we are talking about the glacier movement, we need a fluid dynamics, the person who knows the fluid dynamics. If you try to connect this climate to the glacier, then we have to know the geographical location, geographical everything. And we also know the geological perspective of this. So all those people are working together for a particular field, which is the glacier and glacier climate interaction. And we are working in the high mountain region, but we are not working in the polar glacier. They are working in a different way. So when if you see the team who are working on the polar glacier, you will find lot of biologists there, microbiologists there, because the movement of the glacier or the loss of the glacier is completely dependent upon the part of the bacteria available on this water. So how they are interact. So we need a microbiologist to know. So interdisciplinary research, this is the beauty of interdisciplinary research. If you have some knowledge, you can apply this knowledge in a particular field with other people who have another knowledge. So why we are not working together to get something new? So we have these 1, 2, 3, 4 projects is running, and all those projects has been funded by either Swiss National Science Foundation or the ITP China, and all work is related to the mountain glacier, how the glacier is moving, if there is a lake, what type of glaciers are there, they are moving in different way, they are losing their mass in different way, if the glacier is clean, how their mass is changing, if the glacier is debris cover, how they are working, how they react with the climate, all those things is basically we are working on this. So these are basically our research interest. So if someone is interested in this field, they can contact me. So we are basically working on the main focus, the cryospheric change. We are working on the cryospheric change, that is the such as glacier hazard and changes is runoff based on the holistic approach. And this holistic approach is nothing but the interdisciplinary approach. We focus on the high mountain Asia only for the mountain glacier. So these are basically our work, our research interest. I'll try to show you a simple diagram. This is basically a output from the NASA, and this is completely a output from a remote sensing point of view. This is the percentage of NO2 concentration of Southeast Asia, January and February, before and after COVID situation. Now you can see the difference. Before the COVID situation, NO2 percentage, and after the COVID situation, the NO2 percentage. Now you can see what we are doing with the environment, basically. So So this is on the Southeast Asia, and Europe is not far away. You can see the European thing. This is basically the before and after COVID-19. You can see what we are basically doing, how much NO2% concentration is there, and this work is basically done by a remote sensor and environmentalist. So this is also a interdisciplinary work we are doing. So this is another example of this interdisciplinary work. And this is the example of this ARTSAC operation program, which is the Forest Service Remote Sensing Application Center, USA. You can see that lot of information is basically getting from the satellite images. All the operation, all the thing we are getting that how basically the different component on this particular forest is basically behaving, and different type of satellite data is available. You can use this data and try to find out the some of the information from this. And all the people who are working in this particular field, they are basically the environmentalists. They are working in this particular, but they are using the satellite data. And all the satellite data, if you want to identify this satellite data and try to find out this result, we need lot of data. So we need a data scientist who are basically from the computer background. They are handling the data. So when we are working in a particular field, we need all the discipline together to find out our result, find out a particular, we reach a particular solution from this interdisciplinary research. So I think that these are basically the main topic today's discussion. I can show you lot of result, lot of example for this, but I am happy to take the question from your side that what you are thinking about this interdisciplinary research, and do you think that you are basically doing the interdisciplinary result or interdisciplinary research, or if you want to do any kind of interdisciplinary result, what should be your aim, how you have to proceed. So it could be beneficial to answer your question, not to show all the result. So it will be a boring discussion. So I am happy to take the question from your side. Thank you.
One thing that is if you are looking at multidisciplinary, according to the figures, they are simply segregated. If they are not interconnected, then how can we justify our research?
Yes, the thing is that suppose you have a problem from your side, you identify that this is going on because of this reason, and from my side this is going on because of this reason. So both are my result, but we are not connecting this two. So when we are connecting this two, then we will go for the interdisciplinary. And when you connecting this two, then you will find another reason for this.
So basically, the multidisciplinary is the output of the interdisciplinary.
Yes, we are basically means multidisciplinary is very difficult to say whether you are in the march of multidisciplinary or the starting of the interdisciplinary. But when your point of view, suppose you are, I don't know from your background, but if you are from the mechanical background and you from the electrical background, you have some point of view because this change due to this. And he is saying, okay, this change due to this. So this both are the result. But if you try to connect those, maybe you will find another reason which satisfied your as well as yours. So when we did this one, we are doing the interdisciplinary. So all the disciplines work together and come out a new solution. But in multidisciplinary, all the disciplines work together and we are getting different results, different reason for this particular. So this is basically the main difference. And sometimes we are really, sometimes it is a very good question that how I can identify whether I am doing the multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary. So it's very difficult to say, okay, whether we are really working on a multidisciplinary or interdisciplinary. Sometimes people are working in a multidisciplinary, but always they wrote, I am doing some work in interdisciplinary. So interdisciplinary is there when all the discipline come together, come a single solution. So we call it a interdisciplinary. And is there any question on the chat box? Is there any question in the chat box? Okay. We are basically working on this particular field. So we recently, I will just one example I just want to share with you. Recently, if you remember there is a newborn child in your house. So some old age people, not father, it's some mother or maybe grandmother, they can say, okay, the nose is something like this, the ear is according to you, nose is according to her, something like that. They have some idea to identify this, but it's not we are not able to identify those things. So recently, the Harvard University, they have started one work and they have contacted with us. We have started this particular work, that how they can identify this. If this logic is clear to you, then you can easily model. And if you model this, using this concept, you can classify your satellite image, that this is my bare land, this is my agricultural land. So classification algorithm has been developed from this particular concept. That means the psychology and the remote sensing, they are working together, because what they are thinking is completely psychological factor. And I am using this psychological factor in a particular mathematical model and try to train my model with the result, and using this after this training, I can use this model to classify my image. So it's a classic example of interdisciplinary work. And it's beyond our imagination that some engineering background or maybe some remote sensing background or the satellite image interpreter or maybe some image analyst in computer science background, they are working with a psychologist. It is a completely interdisciplinary work and people are working with this, and lot of fundings are available in this particular. If you wrote a core research, I'm quite sure there is the less possibility to get the funding. But if you are interested for the interdisciplinary research, there is a high possibility to get the funding, because now all the research actually shifted to the interdisciplinary part. So when I have applied for a project in, say, Humboldt, so my area was not the glaciology. I was working in the earthquake, in using the remote sensing and all those things. But I have to write a project on the glaciology. But the only reason behind this funding is that glacier effect is a societal effect. If there is a loss, it's a societal effect. So whenever you add this societal effect in your research, that means that also the sociology is coming into picture. Then there is a high possibility to get the funding. So it's my request that if you are interested in research, try to move interdisciplinary, so that you will get lot of hands to work together. And you will definitely come out a single solution, which is new, probably the new, we don't know till now. So this is basically the future of the research, and maybe in some times we will shift it to the transdisciplinary, and new discipline can generate. Who can say? From this step, we can go further. Yeah, definitely. Whenever you are doing, we are always. I am telling it's a out of court maybe. Whenever you are applying for the funding, you have to show that your work will beneficial for the society, because government is much more interested about the society. They don't want the upliftment of a individual person. They want that the societal effect should be there, and only possible if you go for the interdisciplinary work. You can incorporate your society, you can incorporate your environment, you can incorporate your climate, everything you can incorporate if you go for the interdisciplinary work.
So before applying any funding to get the funding agency, we need to basic research, because we have to prove that my methodology or this is our methodology is helpful or not.
Yes, sometimes that pilot study is required, but if you have a proven publication prior in your hand, so you can give new concept. You can give new concept. They can fund, because it's completely depend upon if you have some prior publication, so that you can prove that yes, I have this potential to do this particular project. But at the first step, definitely you need some pilot study. Any question? You can ask any question. I just live image. I need which type of image? Which type of image? Satellite image or?
Good afternoon, sir. This is
Good
Omkant here.
afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I want to know, can we facilitate the live video of that type of images?
I have to find. I don't have this in my presentation, but yes, I'll try to. Live, which type of image you want? If you want satellite images?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, if we see the world war is going on, and if you want to see the live present what is going on from the upside, is it possible by this true?
Yes, you can go different USGS site. You will get some live images or live cover. But the problem is that live cover, when we're talking about the satellite image, then always it's not possible to get, because you don't know whether the satellite is passing through this particular region or not at that particular time. So if it is available, then definitely there is something in the USGS site or NASA site also there. You can check and you will get some live image from this, and it is free. You can see. And if you want to,
hello.
Yes, hello. And
This is not me, sir. It was another one. I am not here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you will get this live image from USGS site and NASA site also.
Sir, is it possible if any satellite is geostationary satellite, then we can do it?
Geostationary satellite, most of the geostationary satellite data, if you want to use this data, so geostationary satellite data only available in the NASA site. Otherwise, you have to take the permission to meteorological department to use the geostationary satellite data, most of them. But some of the data is available, and if you want to use some climate data, meteorological data, then also ERA5 data is available from 1950, which is free to use every hour data. precipitation data, temperature data, everything is available from 1952 till date from every hour, which is free, but it is regenerated data.
Yes.
Please remember, this is regenerated data.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
I have no mechanical background also. I would like to know that the simulation part in that we are talking about the fluid dynamics. So in that case, we can use the access fluid. Whole part can be simulated by access fluid.
Yes, ANSYS definitely it is a very good software, but I don't have much idea about ANSYS because I did all the simulation by my own code in I have written in the Python, so I don't have much idea. But ANSYS is definitely a very good software. You can use this one for simulation part.
That's why I was because some simulation part already also done in
Yes, it's required. It's required. Definitely required. Okay.
Another thing that global warming means everywhere in the case of glacier part also in Antarctica also in Himalayan part. So for that case, some sample can be collected. I mean, to be collected like that.
Yes, actually the thing is that you have to know there is a two part is there. When we are talking about the why we are basically want to know the behavior of the glacier. First question is that why glacier? Because the glacier is situated on the high altitude, so we don't have weather station there. Most of the cases we have some, but very few. So how we want to know the climate of this particular region? I am not able to directly measure the climate constituent. So what I have to do, I have to find out the effect of this climate. If the climate is warming, that means glacier will melt. If it's not, it will not melt. So I have to identify or I have to monitor this glacier to connect the climate change. That's why we are interested about this glacier. So it will give a direct effect of the climate. So what is the direct effect of this? There are two things in the glacier which we are measuring. Number one thing, how the glacier is sunk. The area, the length has been shrunk. Another one thing, how the mass has been removed from the glacier. So this area and all this length is basically a delayed response of the climate. And the direct response is basically the mass loss. So if I try to measure the mass loss, then I will directly know about the change of climate. Suppose I have some data on say 2000, I have some data in 2005. If I try to measure the mass loss on this particular time period, then I can get some idea at this particular 5 years how the climate is changing in this area, because this is the direct effect. Okay. Now mass loss, suppose we are try to calculate the mass loss of say Gangotri glacier. The length of this glacier is 31 kilometers. So it's not possible for me to visit this 31 kilometer on the glacier. So the only thing is that I have to analyze the satellite image, because I know the entire glacier come into a particular image. So I can analyze. Now, whether my result is up to date, whether my result is accurate or not, how I can find out? So I have to take some glaciological data, which is called the glaciological data. Initially, they have put some state and they try to find out how much depth has been reduced. So accordingly, they can calculate the thickness change of this glacier. And if you know the area, then you can find out the volume change. So I have to compare with this. So always we need some glaciological data, some field data. Not glacier related part, cloudburst is completely different part. But yes, the actually people thought that the water, basically what is, if there is some lake on the glacier, okay, it can be burst. Water is coming out from this. And CloudWatch is also there. Water is coming out from this, but it is not related to this particular region. This is completely different reason, and the glacier water loss is completely different.
In India, Siachen is the highest army point in Siachen. Is there any, checking point or any kind of method in India in Siachen?
I think Sase has some meteorological station there in Siachen, but very recent. Very recent data is available. That's why now we are using the reanalysis data, which is ERA5 data. They have calculated using the physics how the climate has been changed from 1950 to till now for every hour. But they train their model using the meteorological station available on this region. So this data they have used as a trend for their model, and they have tried to find out the data. So we are using this data worldwide nowadays, and which is very authentic data, and it's free. You can use this data. Lot of information are there. Temperature is there, evaporation is there, precipitation is there, sublimation data is there. Everything is there on this particular website. You can download.
When they like the river, at that time this data was also calculated.
At the pardon again.
I was asking that at the time of thinking of the river, when they discovered the highest point of the world river, so at that time they also used to calculate.
No. That time, always the AWS was not invented. Always the station is not invented. So any question, if you want to contact me, I just write my email address. Chat. I have given my email address. You can directly contact me if you have any question. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very enlightening session. Ramshi sir, actually of mechanics department, to felicitate sir with the certificate, and I would also like to request Gopal sir to share the certificate online.
Gopal sir, please share the digital content online. Gopal sir. Yes.
তো আমারটা মনে হয় নিচে আমি ডাইরেক্টলি থেকে চালাচ্ছি
The recording has stopped.
हाँ सर, हाँ जी सर।
মানে এরকম ধরনের ওপেন সফটওয়্যার বলতে মানে হিউজ আছে তো তার মধ্যে কোন কোন ক্যাটাগরি মানে ধরুন যেগুলো মেইন লাগে তার প্যারালাল যেগুলো যেমন ধরুন ম্যাটল্যাবের বদলে সাইজ যেমন ধরুন আমি বলছি রেশনাল রুটের বদলে আপনি আমব্রেলা বলুন।
Audience, please mute yourself, and we would like to say that our first session of this first day program of FDP, National Workshop on Research Methodology, has been completed till now. Another session from this FDP will be starting from 3 p.m. We'll be starting from 3 p.m. by our another honorable speaker, Dr. A. Mohamani. So on that time, please be with us once again. Till then, thank you, and we will request to fill up the feedback form as it is given already in the chat box. I'll request all the participants, please fill up your feedback link given in the chat box for the first two sessions till now, as because it is very much important for certificate. Please be with us from 3 p.m. once again.
जी टिश्यू पेपर कुछ है आपके यहाँ? नहीं है, करीबी रहेगी ये यूनिवर्सिटी और ये डिपार्टमेंट क्या है? अच्छा बताओ क्या चीज है? मोटर पेंसिल है आपके यहाँ?
Good afternoon, sir. You have been made the co-host also, sir. You can continue. Before that, I will request Pritha Madam to continue the session. Pritha Madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I am audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Welcome to our third session for the day. Today's speaker for the third session, we have Dr. Mahamoni sir. His title of talk is Research Proposal Writing and Funding Agency. Dr. A. Mahamoni completed his PhD from Jawaharlal Nehru Technology University, Anandpur in 2011. Sir has sponsored 3 research projects and 10 other sponsored projects worth of 1.5 crores. He filed and published 3 patents in Indian Patent Office. He has published more than 102 papers in conference proceedings and journals with 2 book chapters. He is also guiding 3 research scholars in various universities and has received ISTE State Award for Best Mechanical Engineering Teacher. Presently, he is working as the Dean of R&D at Venu Institute of Technology, Chittoor in Andhra Pradesh. We are glad to have you with us here, sir, today. You can begin with your session. Sir, are you there with us?
Madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
So here I'm due to some laptop problem. This unable Zoom installation. I have some error. Now I am presenting through mobile. So I will do one thing, madam. I will share the PPT to the group, FDP group. Are you available in group?
Yes, sir, you can share it with the group.
So from there you can move this slide one by one. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Madam, I posted.
Yes, sir, I have received in the group. I would request the participants to please follow the PPT sent by sir in the FDP group.
You open the PPT, madam, and go to first page.
Sir, do you want us to screen share the PPT?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay, I would request
From my
the
mobile, I am
host.
unable to locate the PPT.
Okay, sir. I would request the host to please share the PPT.
Tapus sir, can you do that? Tapus sir, are you there? Tapus sir, can you share the PPT?
So just give us 2 minutes for the preparation.
Sir, are you sharing? Sir? Sir, are you sharing the PPT?
Yes, sir, we are doing. Yes, sir, we are doing.
Yes, sir.
Please do it. Sir, it is visible now. Okay, na?
Yes, sir, visible. Fine, sir, fine.
Yes,
I
sir,
will
carry on, sir.
proceed.
Please, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry for the interference. Yesterday also I attended BOS meeting in Zoom. So suddenly something happened to my laptop. Right, so I will proceed. So my name is Dr. Mahamani. Already introduction is over. I am presently working as a Dean R&D, Sri Venkateswara College of Engineering and Technology, Chittoor, Andhra Pradesh. Here my title of the talk is Research Proposal Writing and Research Funding. So this is my for research and research proposal writing. Already I'm putting, I have a YouTube channel for my students and colleagues. I'm uploading the video for article writing, research proposal writing like this. So my summary of the sponsored grant, so 3 research grant and DST FIST, 1 infrastructure grant also I received. And other grants, so I have around 10. So recently we received 1. So now I'm going to, yeah, next slide, sir. You go to topic covered. Yeah, topic covered. Next slide, sir. Sir, next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next. Yeah, so this is my summary of grant. So I have totally 4 research grants. And this is my other grants like Model of FDP received. So totally it will be around 10. Sir, next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so totally 10 grants I have. Next slide, sir, please. Sir, next slide, please. Yeah, hold it, sir. So the topic to be covered, share my knowledge. So through my the research project around 4 and other project around 10. So with this experience I gathered past 21 years, I'm going to share with you. So the topic to be covered is, I'm going to talk about the main topic is research proposal writing, requirements for applying funded project, some of the funding agency detail, And I'm going to talk about 3 to 4 call. It is currently live. You can apply. So that also I'm going to share. And national and international funding agency list. I think I don't have time to discuss. So I will share it to group. And research funding for women and young researcher. So it's a specific category I'm going to share. And finally, reviewing the proposal format, what they are asking, and a sample research proposal. Sample research proposal, probably I will not get time. So I will share it. So next slide, sir. Sir, next slide, please. Yeah. So outline of the talk, the requirement for applying funded project. So how to prepare yourself in the sense PI. For example, if you are a principal investigator, if you want to apply for any project, so how to prepare yourself. So that part I'm going to discuss. Structure of the project proposal. So each and every funding agency, they are having different structures. So I'm going to discuss the common elements available in all the proposal. Some of the funding agency offering grant for women and young researcher, eligibility and the funding limit for most popular grants. So most popular grant in the sense for giving for private institution. So what not to do, don'ts and right practice. And I'm going to share some of the popular theme. Next slide, sir. Requirements for applying funded project. So 3 components are very important if you want to apply any project. One is the institutional capability. Second one, principal investigator ability and industry collaboration if need. So for example, institution capability means, next slide, sir, please. Yeah. So institutional capability, so nowadays it is become more important because they are asking some grants for NAC accreditation, some grants they are asking NIRF ranking. So these are all the primary criteria now. Particularly some grants like IT-based grants, they are asking NIRF ranking less than 100. So they are restricting like that. Therefore, before applying for the grant, so we need to improve the institution also. Institutions should be capable to do. Because once the research grant is sanctioned, so it will come to the college account. So from the college account, they need to do. So institutional capability also very important. Once the fund is allotted, whether the institution properly, they will follow or not. So they are expecting some recognition like NBA and NAC accreditation, autonomous status, 2F12B, NIRF ranking, DSIR, zero recognition. Yes, sir. Sir, I will talk to sir. I mean, webinar. Principal investigator ability that holds PhD degree. Yeah, DSIR zero recognition. Some of the grant, the DSIR zero recognition exclusively they are asking. For example, extramural research, Center for Potential Excellence by UGC, PhD research center. Some grants they are giving like FIST everything. If you have a PhD research center, then only they will give. So private college, you can apply to your affiliated university. You can start the Center for Research. Through that, you can admit the PhD students also. Next, PG courses. Some grants like AICT, RPS, they are asking PG courses. Any proposal connected with your PG course within your department, they will give. For example, if you want to apply any proposal in design area, MTech design, engineering design is required. And a basic research facility and a computing and a digital library. So these are all the institutional capability they are expecting. Every funding agency, they are expecting. Next slide, sir, please. Coming to principal investigator ability. So first thing is the PhD degree. So any proposal except the women scientist grant. So that is given for women empowerment. So other than that, remaining every research grant, so PhD degree is mandatory. And the publication in peer-reviewed journal, they are asking, along with the proposal, they are asking the principal investigator profile, resume, everything. So through that, they are tracking whether the principal investigator able to handle this particular project or not, right? That thing they are checking. And the principal investigator ability, another important component today, the current scenario, the patent. So whether he is having experience in drafting patent. Drafting means some PR, some people like patent agent, somebody they will write. but still we need to prepare the write-up for patent and expertise in handling the project. So these four criteria, four things, they are expected from the principal investigator ability. Publication, and previously only publication they are given, now they are asking patent also. Next slide. Yeah. So next we are going to talk about how to prepare yourself.
Sir, just a minute, sir. Sir, just a minute.
Yeah, please.
Gopal sir, please share the PPT, sir. Gopal sir, I am audible. Gopal sir.
I have already shared the PPT. Sir, you please continue.
Yes, sir. So you please put it in presentation mode, sir. Bottom right hand side, you click the presentation icon so that it will go to presentation mode. Sir,
sir, is it okay?
No, sir, it's not going to presentation mode.
So wait.
The bottom right hand side, it is available now, sir, that column. Yeah, presentation mode. You move the cursor little down, sir. 3 icons. Yeah, that one. Yeah, yes. So I think it is not coming. Okay, sir, I will. Yes, sir. Yes, you keep it here. So how to prepare yourself? Sorry for the little interruption. So how to prepare yourself? So normally the practice, what is going on. So I have my senior dean, a previous dean R&D in our institution. So he used to practice, prepared us like this. So first one, he will, while preparing PO, he will identify the potential faculty member who is going to write the proposal. So doing some basic research in the theme of proposal. For example, so we will ask the faculty to do the students project in that area. So doing students project, through that doing some publications like that. And second one, FCAE publication in the theme. This is important. So whenever they are giving funding to you, they will check up your capability, your research caliber through the SAE publications in the theme. So not other theme. So related theme, if it is available, the DST scientist, they confidently they will sanction the project on your name. So already you have a potential to do good research and very good publication skill. So these are all one of the required skills. And a good publication record in past 5 years. So if you look at the research proposal, publication last 5 years, so this will be available. Some people, they are very active while doing their PhD. Remaining time, he will not much worry about that because students' guidance, everything. So therefore, they are looking good publication record in past 5 years. They are expecting. And next point, the active research in past 1 year. So for example, if I am doing some research on additive manufacturing, so they are expecting some active research, guiding some project, guiding some PhD, having some publication. So this kind of active research they are expecting in past 1 year. So this information, it will be gathered while you are submitting your resume along with the proposal. No, they are doing that. So proposal should be within the specialization or area of the thesis. So this is an important thing. Some faculty, they used to have the very good record on thermal, for example, thermal and energy storage. But if they want to switch over from thermal energy to additive manufacturing, it is very difficult. So they need to write the research proposal within the specialization or area of the thesis. So that will be good. Otherwise, one area is thermal and another proposal you are writing for manufacturing. That way, they will not accept. So anything you go as per your strength. So your specialization is your strength, or your area of thesis is your strength. So you need to be in that area. So once if you want to come away, again you need to do some active research for past 1 year, then again come back. So this is the best suitable for me, this particular constraint. So my thesis is on supply chain management, industrial engineering. Due to lack of industrial collaboration, so I prepared myself in the area of composite material. I did active research for 2 years. Later on, I applied for a grant on composite material. Then I received. So without that, first time if I applied, I failed. So I got a feedback like this. So you try to apply your proposal either on your specialization or so 1 year you do active research. So in continuation of active research, if you are writing proposal in that area, it would be better. And again, research team formation, this is another one. So we used to do some collaborative project. So picking one faculty from mechanical, another faculty from IT, so another faculty from ECE, we will form the team. We will form the team formation. And this team, they will work for 1 year and they will publish 1 or 2 articles as a team, interdisciplinary. So finally, the same team, if you are applying for research proposal, so it would be better. So in proposal, we need to clearly mention, so our investigating team, they are working for past 3 years in the area. We did this much achievement. So everything, if you are highlighting that, it would be better. Next slide, sir, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So here, industry collaboration. Sometimes the industrial collaboration is required. So nowadays it is very important. So once your project outcome goes either to we are solving the problem from industry or problem from the society. If your project is completely industry oriented, you are writing proposal for industrial application. So we need to collaborate with industry in terms of MOU, putting MOU with industries and studying the problem. What are the problems they have? So what are all the problems in our area of specialization, or what is our strength of the investigating team? Once if you are understanding all those things, so we can, if you are applying proposal, it would be better. Sometimes we can prepare by doing some industry collaborated project also at small scale industry. We used to do some solving small project. Then we continue the collaboration with this. So industry collaboration, sometimes they are asking industry to contribute to 10 to 20% of the project budget. Some percentage it will be given by funding agency, some percentage will be borne by the college institution, and remaining percentage it will be borne by the industry. So different percentage they are doing, so depending upon the requirement. So next slide, sir. Yeah, structure of the project proposal. So in the project proposal structure, so each and every funding agency, within the funding agency, each and every scheme, they have a different structure. But I want to discuss a common thing. What are the common element available in all the proposals? Because I received 4, but I written more than 40, 45 research proposal. So I used to remember almost all the structure. So what are the common things I'm explaining here? So here the title of the project is important. You people ask, so what is there with the title? So title also we need to write very carefully. Then introduction. So we need to give introductory information, literature review, research objective. So this is the important thing, research objective. Then methodology, timeline of the project, expected outcome, targeted user, usefulness to the stockholder, and the budget requirement. So these are all the important area. Next slide, sir, please. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So title of the project proposal, it should be 10 to 15 words by covering all the keywords. So like, this is almost like your research paper writing, right? The title, it should be very catchy. It should be understandable by the scientist, and it should be as precise, and it should not be very longer one. Somebody, they will write the proposal, some of the scheme prepared for a woman scientist scheme or something, they will come with the title with the 3 lines, 3 complete lines in the A4 sheet. So that one, it's not identity for good proposal. So you complete it with the 10 to 15 words. So within that, you ensure all the keywords are connected with the project title of the project. Coming to introduction section. So introduction section, somebody, they will write inappropriate thing. So what to do is introducing all the keywords, whatever keywords we have, even like research article. So whatever component available with the title, or you are connecting keyword and writing the title. So you introduce all the keywords first. So introducing all the keywords, then we need to little description about the research background, and finally the problem description. So these are all the important components should be available. So if you are writing inappropriate thing here, then unnecessarily it will occupy the place. Right, and coming to literature review, normally you need to write it in 3 columns: national status, international status, and patent review. Sometimes national and international status, it will be clubbed together, some of the proposals. But here, patent review also they are doing. National literature review, I think every people know, while writing research article, we used to write the related literature, we are giving description. So it will be at both national level, at international level. Here they are asking what is the status of international level, what is the status of national level. Therefore, what is the gap with our national status? That information, the funding agency, they will look. And nowadays, any project work, not only for publication, even they are looking for some patent filing and commercialization. So this part mainly they are expecting. So therefore, we need to include a patent review also. So this is important. So because they are giving funding to us. Writing literature, I mean research article, if you are look at the literature gap, it is enough. Whereas the research funding, you need to look at the patent review also. Patent gap should be there. For example, some literature gap is there. For that literature gap, somebody they filed a patent, somebody they are doing some commercialization which is already available in the market. That case, it is very difficult. Doing our research, it is not appreciable. So therefore, while doing literature review, you go for patent review also. So within your objective, any patents are there. So if already patents are there, what is different? How your research proposal is different from that? So that one we need to emphasize very clearly. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So research objective, already we discussed, it is a clear statement of objective is important without any grammatical mistakes. So clear statement is important. So here, if you are try to bluff or try to confuse anything, so simply they will ignore it. They try to avoid the proposal. So we need to give a very clear statement on objectives. Of course, this is your heart of the research proposal. So we should not give any scope, right? Any scope for something away from your the proposal. So here somebody they will write, I think some of the research proposal from our college we used to see, they will write 6, 7, 8 objectives. So 4 is appropriate. Sometimes 5 may be accepted. So 4 to 5 objective is enough. So beyond that, it is very difficult to complete 3 years. So they are giving 2 years or 3 years, right? So if you are putting 7 to 8 objective, it is very difficult to fulfill within the 3 years. So within the 3 years, once the fund is sanctioned, so for first 6 to 1 year, you will spend our effort for equipment purchase, commissioning, and conducting some pilot study like that. We used to spend for 1 year. So remaining 2 years, then it is very difficult to achieve the all objectives. So therefore, 4 to 5 objective is reasonable. And one more thing, you ensure that it is a very clear statement of objective. That is important. Coming to methodology. So methodology, this will talk about this particular part. It will talk about the way of achieving each objective. So the way of achieving, already you stated your objective. Methodology, we need to discuss the way of achieving objective is important. And in methodology, we need to discuss the various stages of work. So your project proposal or your project, it will have many stages, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. Each and every stage, what you are doing. So first stage, you are writing your purchase, equipment purchase work you write down. And second quarter, what is it? Third quarter, what is it? Fourth quarter, what is it? Similarly, each and every year, we need to write. 3 years, we need to put. And second one, the flow chart, sometimes it is called Gantt chart. So what is the activities, a list of activities to be carried out within the project proposal? So that need to be very clearly discussed. And coming to describe your methods of data collection. Sometimes if your project requires some data collection, your method, what method you are adopting to get your data. Otherwise, some people, they will go for experimental based work. So experimental work also, we need to explain. And coming to the method and method of analysis. So way of collecting the data. And if you want to analyze the result, what method you are adopting for analyzing the result. And if you are doing optimization, you write out the suitability of optimization technique. So everything we need to describe here. Next slide, please. Yeah. So coming to the timeline of the project. So this is important. So this already some proposal, it is available at methodology itself. So there we need to use the chronological order of activity in the proposed project. And the duration of each activity, we need to give it in our write-up. So quarter-wise, first 3 months, what we are doing, second 3 months, third 3 months, like that. Each and every 3 months, we need to propose some activity. So if it is available in the form of Gantt chart, it would be better. So, for example, a typical research proposal, if you want to write a timeline. So here, literature updating and experimental design. So one of the project, minor project, we did this. So literature review, we should not write. While writing the research proposal itself, we are doing everything. So once after receiving the proposal, we need to update the literature. For example, proposal applied to get funding, it will take 1 year. So meanwhile, any update is there, we need to update. Then immediately we need to go for the experimental work, going for experimental design and material synthesis and characterization. That is a material based, and equipment purchase and commissioning. Then experimental work. So experimental investigation we kept, and result analysis. Then publication work. So normally it's a 2 years project. So that publication work we started within the duration. Then finally, the last quarter, we used to keep the publication work and report preparation. So meanwhile, here every teacher or every researcher who are interested to write a proposal, we need to look at every year you have a review. So at review, they will look at the outcome. They will check what is your activity, right? How much publication you made. So they will track. Sir, please mute them, sir. Host. Sir, please mute them. Next slide, sir. Sir, host. Sir, please move to next slide. Yeah. So here, the expected outcome, it is the publication, patent, and the solution for the problem and the potential for startup. So this is the expected outcome of every proposal. 7-8 years back, the funding agency, they expect only the publications. Now they are asking patent and so complete solution for the problem, industrial problem. If you are selecting any industrial problem or social problem, so they are asking complete solution and the potential for startup. So at the end of the outcome of proposal, any potential for startup. So these are all the things they are expecting. The targeted user, either you are writing problem for industry people, or so industry or society, there is a spelling mistake. I think it's not a benefit. It is the society target user, either maybe anyone from the society or industry. Third component, it may be the import substitution. For example, some equipment, some materials, it may not be available here. So it will be freely available at some other foreign countries that people they will use for the research, or particularly industry. Still, some of the previous one, sir. Okay, sir. So usefulness to the stockholder. So it will be either industry or society. And the budget requirement, we need to be very, very careful. You can use some site like India Mart, right? We can write on the keyboard. So we can get the cost. That is an important thing. And even budget requirement, many budget you need to put it. One is manpower budget. If any JRF is required for your project, you need to apply for that. I mean, you need to apply for that. So JRF, I think salary, everything, we need to look at the DST website. So there, what is the salary, how much DA, what is the increment for second year and third year. So this information will be available. So based on that, we need to prepare the budget. Second one, equipment. Already I said we need to buy the equipment. Proper quotation is required. Without that, we can't write the equipment cost. So we have sites like India Mart. Straight away, you can put your query for equipment with specification. So they will mail the various suppliers in their catalog, India Mart catalog. So we can send an email or we will make a phone call and we will get the quotation. So as per the quotation, we need to fill. So without quotation, if you are filling anything, later on they will sanction the fund. So we would be in trouble. Sometimes the equipment cost, it will be more. You will put the lesser budget. Remaining budget, it is very difficult. You are asking money from the management. Some management, they will not give. Contribution, they will not give. Equipment purchase, everything. Coming to consumable also, we need to check with the quotation and do it. And the travel, if you want to go for any field study, or if you want to visit anywhere, or if you want to go for any conference, FDP's workshop, so we can travel for meeting the DST review meeting, right? Funding agency review meeting, everything. So contingency means it's called emergency expenditure. While implementing the project, any emergency expenditure arises, so that will be fulfilled through the contingency. So generally 10% of the budget, normally people used to put. So 10% is a requirement. And if you are very precise with that, there is no problem. You can go for any value, but generally 10%, it is okay, reasonable. And other cost, any cost is required. So other than that, which are not available, manpower, equipment, consumable, any other is missed. Normally, for any consultancy purpose, if you are using, for example, we will make the composite material. For doing SEM and ADAX testing, we used to the foundation or preparing the foundation or electrical requirement for your component, everything. So this also they are allowing up to 10%. So this one based on the project to project, it is very. Next slide, sir. So another important thing, every funding agency, they look at the correlation and consistency. So this one, it is very important. At the initial stage, even I also made this mistake. So whenever we are writing objective, methodology, expected outcome, so each and every, all the three components, it should correlate with others. So otherwise, it is very difficult to understand. For example, you have your research objective is there. In methodology, in line with the research objective. So you are giving objective one, you are discussing methodology, it is different. Then we will lose the consistency. Similarly, the expected outcome. So expected outcome also, you need to, that will be the outcome of the objective. So expected outcome from the objective, we need to write it. So finally, put these three and clearly we need to map. So after mapping this, we need to apply. So normally our even senior and I myself, we look at this correlation and consistency about the proposal. Some of the junior faculty, they will come with a proposal like they will state one objective. If you read the methodology, that will be that way, that is no way connected with the objective. And finally, they will describe the expected outcome. So that is entirely different from methodology and research objective. They will write research objective. For example, I'm saying research objective is I'm going to cultivate apple. They will say I'm going to cultivate apple in research objective. So methodology will talk about the methodology for cultivating orange. Finally, expected outcome, they will write finally I'm achieving banana like this. So right, whatever objective you are proposing, while writing methodology and the expected outcome, it should be in line with this. So otherwise we will lose the correlation and consistency. So otherwise it is very difficult to read, very difficult to follow up. Generally the scrutiny purpose I used to check this. Even at senior people, even while the overwriting the proposal or principal investigator himself, he can check this. Next slide, sir. So next I am coming to important area. So now I think I am going to show one or two example for asking the expectation also. So now the expectation is there are clear definition of problem and application, your project where it is applicable, and a very clear literature gap, including the patent gap also, and further proceeding. So later on, further proceeding in the sense they are asking whether you are going to file a patent, whether you are going to commercialize the outcome of the project. So these are all the things they are expecting. So a project outcome which includes, so once if your project is sanctioned, what are the things they are expecting from us? So previously 10 years back, they will ask only publication. If you are publishing paper, there ends the matter. Today, many things. For example, publications, and they are expecting import substitution. Suppose your objective you are giving like import substitution, so we need to put that. And a design patent, if you are doing any design, new design, anything you are making, you can file it. Even during the project, I also got filed one design patent and utility patent also. So utility patent, and finally potential for startup and any scope for commercialization. So these are all the things they are expecting. Recently, there is a proposal call. It is available. I think September 30 is the last date. I'm going to show the entire thing. What is the present expectation? So coming to some of the funding agency, they are giving, I think the audience of this workshop, participants of the workshop, so mainly they are from private institution. Even of course, I also from private institution. So what are all the grants they are giving freely to the private institution? So some of the grant in our institution we have. Remaining grant I used to see in some other colleges, right? So first one, the funding agency, DST, you will get maximum funding from the private colleges. And so previously, now the Science and Engineering Research Board. So this some of the research grant they divided from the DST, and it came a new one, Science and Engineering Research Board. So they are also giving funding. And the UGC minor research project, and many grants are there. Now it is reduced. The number of grants are reduced from UGC. And the CSIR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. Some of my research colleagues are we used to meet at some conference. I'm in their group, WhatsApp group we created. There we used to see some Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. They are giving funding. Then ASTETA, they will give the research funding. Other funding like infrastructure development, seminar grant, these are all available. Only research grant from ASTETA is like RPS, Research Promotion Scheme, right? So they are giving to private colleges also, and the defense DRDO. So DRDO also, some of my friends they are having in their colleges who are working in private institution. And the Ministry of Environment and Forest, I have seen one college from they got proposal from this, and another one Department of Biotechnology. So the faculty from chemistry, faculty from biotech, they used to apply proposal to this. And mainly some of my friends, colleagues who are working in pharmacy college, our institution, we have a pharmacy college also. So there, some of my friends, they applied to funding agency, Department of Biotechnology, and they got the, they got the funding also. Yeah, so now coming to the technology readiness level. So this is a very important component now, very important component now. They are asking TRL 1 to 3, it is a basic research. So up to 1 to, it is a basic research. So and then again TRL up to 2 to 4, it is about research to prove the feasibility. Yeah.
95.
Sir, please mute them, sir.
6094 33537.
Yeah. So development, it is comes under TRL level 3 to 5. So nowadays, what the funding agency, they are expecting any research beyond the TRL level. TRL level means technology readiness level. So technology demonstration, they are expecting. Recently, there is a call is there. I'm going to show the technology demonstration. That is, they will ask TRL level more than 5. Like. Then again, subsystem development. This is available 6 to 9. And the final one is the system test like launch and operation. So that is that technology, it is ready to launch. So this is the various level of technology readiness level. So now they are expecting more than 5 technology readiness level, more than 5. If you have more than 5, so you can able to publish the paper, you can able to file the patent, you can start the startup, you can go for commercialization. So nothing, right? Therefore, they are expecting more than 5. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so these are all the funding agency, I think already discussed. So they are giving for private colleges. And the next slide, sir. So I will quickly run through. So this is Indian Council of Social Science Research. So last year we got a call and we applied. So this faculty from MBA management side and some faculty from, so anything connected with society, you can write it. So ICSSR, they are giving 2 projects. One is major and minor. My major project, it is about 2 years, so the budget is 5 to 15 lakh. Minor project, it is up to 1 year, budget up to 5 lakh. For this, eligibility is a regular PhD holder and a strong research background. So various thirst areas are given. So based on the thirst area, we can select the project. So anything is connected with this. For example, the faculty from management science, many people are there, like commerce and management, they can write. And some people, they will write about industrial psychology. Some people from education background, they used to apply this. And the social linguistic people from English, they will write. So every people. So here I will given the website link. Just click and you can check. So last year they called. This year, so far it is not called. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So this one already I said, AICTE only offering the research scheme is RPS scheme, research promotion scheme. So look at the eligibility. Here I think you will understand why I asked the institutional capability. For example, here they are asking AICTE approved institution, the department relevant with the PG program. So for example, if you want to apply any proposal, your department should have one PG course. Your research proposal should coincide with the department of PG. So otherwise you can't write. So this is the, when you are not eligible to apply also PG program, right? Research proposal related to PG program, only they are considering for review. And full-time regular faculty with research experience and publication. So this is a usual primary research facility. So already I described. So funding limit for this is 25 lakhs. Out of 25 lakhs, you can spend 50% for recurring, and remaining non-recurring, that means equipment. So you can spend up to a percentage of 20 lakhs. So duration, they are giving up to 3 years. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So SERB core research grant. So this is one of the grant. It is available for all the people. So at any age less than 50, you can apply. So here the eligibility, if you look at PI and co-PI, this particular grant, they are allowing co-investigator also. So both should be regular one. Here you look at one second point, eligibility criteria. The private academic institution with valid DSIR zero recognition is mandatory. So without this, you can't do. So therefore, what to do? We need to apply for DSIR zero, then we need to look at it. So this recognition is very much important while applying for this grant. Otherwise, what to do? You write the proposal for DSIR zero, then you can apply this. Apart from this DSIR zero, we have many advantages. So our point of view, the direct benefit is DSIR recognition. There is no GST. If you DSIR zero certification, and they will send one format. So there we fill up the format. The principal will sign. So enclose your DSL sanction letter, SORO sanction letter with your college name. So therefore, the tax exemption will be there. You need not pay 18%. You can pay only 5%. So around 13% tax reduction we are getting out of this. So apart from the eligibility criteria. And PA and co-investigator, PA and co-PA, you are supposed to have science, mathematics, engineering, even mathematics category also, you can apply mathematics, science. So it is common to everyone. So here the funding limit, there is no limitation. So they are asking you for the project total cost more than 80 lakhs, 50% of non-recurring consumable cost should be bared by the institution. So more than 80, up to 80 lakhs, they are bearing. More than 80 lakhs, they are asking the college or laboratory, wherever we are applying proposal, they are asking us to contribute. So here, CRG grant, the maximum duration is 3 years. So further information about the CRG, you can check with this website link given below. So next slide, sir. Yeah. So serve empowerment and equity opportunities for excellent in science. So of course, this particular grant deadline, it is already over. Last June 30th is the last day. So this particular grant, they are giving for only the faculty member from scheduled and scheduled tribe categories. So this project, I think the competition, it will be very, very less when compared to other grant. So only a specific category for throughout college with 300, 400 faculty member, very few members will be there. If you are properly motivating, ask them to apply. So definitely you will get the funding. So here eligibility, again, PA should be Indian citizen and regular faculty of our institution. So for this also, PhD degree is mandatory. And for this, they are not allowing any co-PA, co-investigators. So they are giving funding limit up to 50 lakhs for 3-year duration. So this is this grant already over. June 30th is last date. It is already over. So probably if you are preparing now, next June you can write the proposal, right? And next slide, sir. Yeah. So this is the SERB Startup Research Grant. It's a 2-year grant. So this also PA regular faculty. PhD degree is mandatory. They are not allowing co-PA. And upper limit, they are giving up to 42 years. So look at the age and the relaxation they are giving for SC, ST, OBC, physically challenged and women. They are giving relaxation 3 years, up to 45 years. The faculty member belongs to SC, ST, OBC, physically challenged and woman candidate, you can apply. So previously, this is called Young Scientist scheme. So I got under Young Scientist scheme, that name was changed now. And for this, they are giving up to 30 lakhs, including overhead, for 2 years. Previously, duration is 3 years. Now they are reduced into 2 years. This also 1.5 months before the deadline is over. So again, we need to wait for 1 more year to get this proposal. Generally, at the May end, maybe the deadline for this grant. And next slide, sir. Yeah. So this particular grant, DST Cognitive Science and Research Initiative, I found some of the faculty member from management. So one of my colleague from MBA department, last year he completed this project. He is from MBA department. He got the proposal. And I have seen some of the colleges, faculty from CSA, they will apply and get this. So here the cognitive research, it is like, we have a lot of thirst areas like the language and the cognition, computational intelligence. So this computational intelligence, CSC faculty members can write, and the cognitive psychology, cognitive neuroscience. So this will be different. This cognitive psychology, one of my colleague from MBA, he wrote the proposal and he got funding 2 years before he completed also. So I think faculty from MBA and CSA. So if you are going with the collaborated project, it will be better. And funding limit, they are paying up to 25 lakhs for 3 years. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So DST Women Scientist Scheme. So this scheme, I think now the call is not available. They closed. I think they are changing the format. Past 6 months, it did not open. Once, if you are ready with your proposal, so you can apply. So this is the only research proposal, does not require PhD degree, right? For example, so women scientist scheme, they are giving 3 categories: A, B, C. WIS A, B, C. A, they are giving basic and applied research. TR level very less also, it is okay. And women scientist B category, they are giving some science and technology intervention for social benefit. Something the society benefit is important. The third category, I think, internship in IPR for self-employment. So this, while during the call, I put the video in my channel, and many of my viewers of my YouTube channel video, they applied, and they received. So again, they given feedback also. Really, I am very much thankful. Some students who are not able to get the job, so if they are allow them to take an internship, because during internship period they are paying money, they are paying stipend, and they are giving training on the patent drafting, everything. So after that, they can go for some patent drafting work, even opening a website, even sitting in home itself. The WA important, 27 years is important, maximum up to 57 years. Further, we have a relaxation of the candidate up to 5 years for SC, ST, OBC, and physically challenged people. So this one only lady faculty is allowable. It is not applicable for gents faculty. Next slide, sir. So this slide, I am going to talk about what are the financial support they will give under the scheme. So once if you want to do PhD, so if you are applying women scientist proposal, so whatever equipment you got under this grant, same equipment you can do it for your PhD also. So you ensure that PhD and this proposal, it should be little away from that. Should not confine the same objective. So for this 3 category already I said, even women with a PhD degree, they are paying up to 55 fellowship, they are giving up to 55,000. Project budget up to 30 lakhs we can use. So what are the budget you can put it? For example, you can show like fellowship, the cost of equipments, contingency, travel, consumable, for all the things. Yeah. PG, suppose if they are with MPhil, MTech, MPharm, MPhil, MTech, MPharm, this category, they are paying up to 40K. So project budget, you can keep it up to 25 lakhs. For PG with basic science like MSc or BTech, MBBS, this category, they are giving fellowship of 31,000 plus HRA, and they can write a proposal up to 20,000. The budget should be 20 lakhs. Next slide, sir. Yeah, this one already we discussed. So again, next slide, sir. Yeah, next slide, sir. Yeah, so this is the current call. So I said previously, so I'm going to discuss some of the current call also. So the current call in the sense, now it is live. For example, you take this grant like it is a DST, Department of Science and Technology. They are giving equity empowerment and development division, seed division, DST under seed division. They are calling this proposal. Proposal name is like establishment of science and technology, science, technology and innovation. What is called the STA hub? STA hub for development of scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities. For example, if you have a remote village, the people who are living at the remote village, they will not have even basic facility also. So by using your technology intervention, if you are able to yeah. So if you are able to, by using our intervention, if you are able to fulfill some of the problem from the people, SC/ST people who are living at remote village, so it would be better. For this proposal, it is June 2022, it is called. So last date for submitting the proposal, 25/7/2022. Today is 4th, another 20 days ahead. So you can carefully go through the guidelines and you can write the proposal. So this is for the STA hub for SC/ST category people. So if you are writing proposal, and training. Therefore, they will, if they are earning somewhat better, if they are giving earning, so it would be better. That would be the main objective of this proposal. Empowerment, empowering SC/ST people, giving in terms of training. For example, remote village, they are having some cattle, they are getting milk, right? Milk, if they are selling, the profit will be very less. If they are doing a value-added product from milk, for example, making paneer and selling, so that is very good. So paneer, everything easily you can market. So that way we can write. So this is the way we need to improve the earning of the people, particularly SC/ST people who are living at remote villages. So this call, another 20 days you have. So if anyone interested, you can write. And coming to another call, you please, next slide, sir. So this call, it is currently available. So this call is called Advanced Material for Energy Storage Technology Program. So this also under DST, Technology Mission Division, Energy, Water and others. This category they are giving. Last date of submission is 30th December. Now you have you are in July 4th. So you have another July, August and September, 3 months away. So if you are sitting and writing the proposal very carefully, definitely it is possible. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So if you open the proposal, this current call, that is I shown the scheme at the previous one. You look at the second paragraph, that bold letter. One is technology readiness level TRL 5 and above. They are clearly asking, right? You can go through. Just I will read out. The project reading to develop a device prototype with the technology readiness level 5 and above, and having potential for commercialization will be preferred for financial support, right? Again, further you go through the next line. Basic R&D proposal leading to only research publications will not be supported under this call, right? They clearly given. They are asking over TRL 5 and potential for commercialization, right? Simply publication. 10 years before they did like this, but today it is different, right? They are asking patent filing, commercialization, like that. Next slide, sir. So another important scheme, it is available, even private college with very old years. If you have a NAC accreditations, everything, you are eligible to apply. This grant is called FIST. So already our college, it is running of 4th year. This also from DST. It is fund for improvement of SC/ST infrastructure in universities and higher education institute. What is called a FIST program. So 2022, this call is there. You can apply. Next slide, sir. Private college, you can apply for this category, level A category, funding for PG college. Your college should have PG courses, right? Like MBA, MCA, MTech, like this. And the college should have good NARF ranking, NBA, NAC accreditation from national agency, and at least 5 year age is required. And the PG should be at least, they are given the condition, PG college, at least 2 or more ongoing EMR grants. So some already, if you are having research grant, then only you are eligible, right? Again, minimum number of students shall be at from 13, and average number of faculty with PhD level shall be across all the minimum 4 they are asking. And evidence of research in PG department of the college. So anyway, PG department, so we can we will put the publication. So here another condition you look at, the college should have at least 4 PhD students pursuing. So once if you are having research center affiliated with your university, then only you will get it. So for achieving this grant, we applied for everything. So even research proposal also we applied and got. So for last point, I think you can say the self-financing institution DST share is 75%, and remaining 25% share it will be for it should be backed by the institution. So this is one of the important scheme. So that call is currently on live. So next slide, sir. I think you can see the last line. So instruction filling, it is available. At the end of filling, you can see last date for receipt of application, 10th August 2022. Now we are at July. You have next month 10th. So almost you have more than 1 month you have. You can apply. Next slide, sir. Yeah, now I hope I called some of the call it is available. So this particular another 1 month or 2 months, you have only this much of calls available. You can go for what not to do while writing proposal, what not to do. So this is what I want to discuss a little bit before going to close. So applying without institute capability. So this is an important thing, applying without institute capability. Some of the faculty, they are very competent. They have good publications, everything. But unfortunately, if they look at the institution, you are not even having NBA accreditation. So this is a problem. So therefore, the first slide, institutional capability, we clearly discussed NBA accreditation, NAC accreditation, whatever possible accreditation, we need to work and get it. So even at the beginning, I used to do so DSIR zero recognition. So our trust wide we did. So we extended our support. Even research, PhD research center also we applied, and the UGC CPE also we applied. So many things we need to work for getting accreditation, getting to strengthen the institutional. To improve the institute capability. So that way we will write some proposal and get it. Later on, we will go for applying proposal to funding agency. And the important thing what not to do is the incomplete proposal. So proposal with incomplete, particularly objective, methodology. These are all some people, they will do incomplete proposal. So normally people, what they will do do with one day night. If they are asking, so these people one day before night, they will sit and they will copy paste from different web sources, and they will prepare the proposal, and finally they will keep it ready. So definitely this will be incomplete. So at least you need to spend 10 days, right, and get the budget, and each and every point clearly look at what they are asking, right? Clearly, if you are writing, it is possible. And another important what not to do, don't say is applying away from the expertise and specialization. For example, I am from manufacturing specialization. I supposed to apply proposal in the area of additive manufacturing or 3D printing. So this are all the area. Suppose if I want to apply the proposal on the energy storage, right? Some other proposal like IC engine or automobile. So definitely they will not give, because these are all not my expertise. Because my my specialization is manufacturing department. Therefore, we need to ensure. So whatever proposal you are writing, you ensure. And one more wrong thing also I used to see for writing a team proposal. Some people, for example, simply they will add the HOD name or somebody name. For example, that proposal is from manufacturing department. The HOD is from thermal department. He will be added as one of the member. So that one we should not do. So all the three members should be within the same specialization. It will be appreciated by the funding agency. Then again, research background is only from paid journal publication. So this one, it is not available officially in anywhere. Whereas I have an interaction with many of the DST scientists. We called and we conducted a lot of program on funding agency and proposal preparation at 10 years before. They used to check whether the journal is from paid journal or not. Somebody frequently they will publish papers in some predatory journal and the paid journal. It may be with SCI or Scopus, but still it is a paid journal. It is a predatory journal. So research background completely from the paid journal. There is no free journal publication is not there. So that way they try to avoid that proposal, because paid journal what to do. So here there is no provision, right? We need to do the publication, and SCI paper, it is at free, because after giving funding also you have a review. They will check the SCI whether it is a paid journal or not. Everything you have a scrutiny. Therefore, completely principal investigator with the paid journal publication, they are discouraging. So this particular point, personally he told me, so that I am sharing. And some people, they will do the budget without quotation, right? Without quotation. For example, 10 lakh equipment, he will put 8 lakhs without seeing the quotation. Later on, they will give funding. Remaining 2 lakhs, we would be in trouble. Again, asking management, they will not say that much easily, right? So like that. And the quick preparation of proposal. For example, somebody already I said no, within a day or within a night, they will write the proposal. So that is wrong. Even I also, at the initial stage, I used to do this. Later on, I changed myself. So at least 10 days I need to spend for writing the proposal. And coming to adding furniture, computer, printer, stationery, this one we should not propose it. For example, table, right? Computer, printer, Xerox machine, or any racks for storing books or something. So this one under the research grant, we should not ask. And what are the right practice? So right practice, sir, next slide, please. Yeah, right practice. So form a research team with one PA and two co-PA, and you do joint research for at least 1 year, and try to do 2 to 3 publication. And the same team, if you are writing proposal and applying, you will get maximum opportunity to get funded. So research team in the sense I'm talking about interdisciplinary research. So because you have a pressure like not only publications, patent filing, and the product development, and commercialization, everything. If you are putting one person is with complete knowledge on patent drafting, complete experience on commercialization, it would be better. So, and again, coming to right practice, they create expertise. So before going to do the experiment, you create some basic expertise. So normally we create some basic expertise through MODRAFs, AICT MODRAFs, and other infrastructure development scheme. So by using that, we did some research. Later on, we will go for applying proposal. For this, we have a senior R&D dean available in our institute. He left 3 years before because he reached more than 70 years. Dr. K.L. Narayana, I think he's a popular engineering drawing author throughout India. He was the dean R&D for me. He is my senior. Under him, I worked as a coordinator for many years, around 7-8 years. He used to discuss everything. So he will make a strategic plan for R&D, for writing proposal, everything. So, and again, another right practice is publication on the theme. So this is important. Publication on the theme is important. And again, detailed proposal writing is important while writing detailed proposal writing. Whatever columns they ask, the questions they ask. So we need to give for detailedly, we need to describe everything. So here the right practice is, for example, some calls they will give one month time. Some calls they will give 2 months time, right? I think we have seen one grant like energy storage, that particular theme DST. They are giving 2 months. September 30 is the last date. You have around 3 months, but you can't expect the same. Grant call to submission date. That maximum you will get one month. Some AICT call only 10 days they will be given. So once what is the right practice means, we need to write the research proposal and keep it ready. Whenever call comes, we need to apply. This is the right practice. And now almost 100%. Next point, apply through online. Now we have to almost every proposal we are doing through online, right? Even DST, whatever proposal I discussed. Recent proposal, the calls is currently on. So that proposal. Everything you need to do it through online. And another important point, people generally they will neglect is the plagiarism should be less than 5%. So for essay article, normally with Springer and Science Direct publication, the editor expectation is this, plagiarism less than 5%. So similar way we need to write our research proposal also. Some people simply copy paste from the some web sources or some research articles, simply copy paste and they will submit the proposal. So once plagiarism 5%, it is good. So up to 10% they are allowing. Later on they try to avoid. So it will be copy. Even online proposal, readily it will be available, plagiarism. Just make one single click. They will clearly intimate, they will come to a conclusion that this project is copied from which source. Next slide, sir. Yeah, so next I want to talk about some of the popular themes. Like I think many department faculty will be there, like AI, deep learning, machine learning, data science, IoT, quantum computing. So these are all under cyber security. For mechanical, you have robotics and process automation, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, industry 4.0, and augmented reality and virtual reality. So these are all the popular theme available. So if you are having proposal, you can knock the door of any funding agency. And apart from that, recently the solution for COVID-19 issues. So that is an important topic. Any solution if you want to give, right? Any solution for COVID-19 issue. So they are having some special call also. PhD, they are giving special call also. And apart from that, 4 E's are important while writing proposal. First one is energy. So energy day by day it is getting depleted. And the automotive industry, they are moved to diesel engine to battery vehicle, right? Battery vehicle, from diesel vehicle to battery vehicle. So energy is required. And environment, so we have environment degradation day by day it is going. We are getting uneven rainfall. Heavy rain is coming at wrong time. Many problems are there. And another area is employment. Any research proposal, it is giving employment opportunity to some youth or anyone. So that may be a good proposal. And another one, economic. So economic proposal. So any business doing some economy, integrating some technology, and getting the information system, and going for economy or decision making. So this kind of proposal, it is good. And woman scientist proposal, already I given the budget, duration, and the stipend, everything. So this is the site available. So I think the slide is available on the group. Straight away you can click and go. Right now this proposal call is closed now. So once the call is come, so you please be ready with your proposal. You can straight away, you can apply. And this is the place for online submission system. Sir, next slide, sir. Yeah. So online submission system, I think right hand side you can see online submission system under WAS and WSB. So you click that new registration. So I think, sir, next slide, sir. Yeah. So once clicking the online submission system, you have a new registration. Just click there. You register yourself. Then you can go and submit your proposal via online. So this is the tab, because women scientists, many people, they are with without PhD. I think they are this grant, it is very easily you can get it. So for basic requirement for this particular scheme is, if you have some publication with 1 or 2 scopus paper and some SCI paper, it would be good. Easily you can get the research funding. Even without PhD also you can get it. So here this particular scheme is given for empowering women empowerment scheme particularly. Once after completing this proposal, completing this research, so by using same equipment, you can register your PhD and do. So you should not club with the objective of your PhD proposal and objective of this particular research grant proposal. So you deviate it, but equipment may be common. You can use same equipment. Next slide, sir. One more before slide, sir. Before slide. Next. Yeah, next. Yeah. So this is the woman scientist scheme C. So this particular grant also, they are giving the call already. It is over. I think you can see 2019, and recently, I think 1 year before this call is over, I put a video for women empowerment, just by emphasizing the scheme and application format, everything I discussed. So the scheme they are giving already, I said they are giving training on IPR. During the training time, they are paying the stipend. Right, it is available in cities like for our southern region, we have Bangalore, Chennai. So we have a provision you can do, and you can attend the training on IPR. So later on, you become some IP consultant. So that job you can go. So this is a wonderful scheme. So any student with 27 years of age, they want some earning. So this is the very good scheme. Next slide, sir. Yeah. So this is the another SERP grant. So this startup research grant already I said. This is the site for that. So here you completely understand the eligibility criteria and the various instruction. Then you can go for online. You open the online account. You can submit your online proposal. Next slide. Yeah. So this one already, this slide previously I shared, because so I thought of discussing at the end present expectation. So I want to share at the beginning, because in proposal they are asking TRL level 5, right? There I said TRL level 5, and coming here I am explaining what is TRL. Then it become what to do, lack of prerequisite. So that the slide already I discussed. So finally you look at the present expectation. Previously, it is like only publication they will expect it. Today, they are asking publication, patent, patent commercialization, patent also different category like design patent, utility patent like this. Even they are looking the TRL level. So here I think you can see what is meant by TRL level. So they are asking more than 5. So at least technology commercialization they are asking. Even I shown one example, no, that proposal for September 30th, like energy storage proposal. They are very clearly asking. They are if you have your proposal not only for publication, any potential for patent and potential for commercialization or potential for startup, then only they will give fund. Otherwise, it is very difficult to get it. Next slide. Next slides. Yeah. Yeah, previous slide. So here sample research proposal, everything. Now I think, so I have a meeting. They are making phone call to me. I'm waiting. So with this, I wish to conclude sample research proposal, everything. So I will check with the coordinator. Last year I shared same data almost I have. If available, I think coordinator straight away you can share it to your participant. And next slide, sir. So with this, I conclude my talk. Thank you very much for all for your patient listening. Next slide, sir. So this is my email ID, WhatsApp number I given. So I have my YouTube channel. They are mainly the research publication, various issues. I discussed many things. So you can send an email or you can send a WhatsApp for any query if required. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So I think, so I got a call from my principal office. I need to attend. So I'm ready to answer. I'm very happy if you have any questions. I'm ready to answer for 1 or 2 questions now.
Thank you so much, sir. This was a very enlightening session. Participants, do you have any questions? Please feel free to ask.
Yeah, please unmute Dr. Srinivas. He's raised the hand. Madam, please unmute. Otherwise, you check the chat box, madam. So here I'm unable to see the chat box from mobile.
There is no message in the chat box, sir. Participants,
Yes.
have any questions, then please feel free to ask. In the meanwhile, I would request the host to please share the digital memento. So we are very glad to have you with us today. This is a small digital memento from our side.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I think if there is no question, so with your permission, I shall leave. Already I got a call from my principal office. Thank you, madam. If you have any query, I think already PowerPoint slide already I shared in the WhatsApp group. I mean, event WhatsApp group I shared. So there you have my WhatsApp number. You can send, if you have any query, you can share, you can send your queries to my WhatsApp number also. So thank you very much, sir. With your permission of host and all the participants,